record on OBS.
Yeah.
Ha.
Yeah.
Ha.
Go.
Ha. So,
SpongeBob. Sorry.
my fellow Americans, we last
Oh,
left
man.
off with you guys fighting 3 of the hooded figures that you recognize to be the same as from the prequel. I'm having an allergic reaction and it hurts. You managed to kill 2 of them before the third one stabbed the sacrifice in the chest, ultimately killing it. And you can only assume this murder was the last link in a ritual to summon the beast that you know as Orcus, or Lord of the Undead. But you did notice as Orcus came through, a portal that opened up in the sacrifice's place was weirdly kind of see-through, almost like a phantom. So you can only assume that something went wrong with the ritual. And this is not the deity himself, but a representation of him.
Orcus.
He stood at a very tall 15 foot and holds nothing but a wand and his pants.
Oh, he's holding his pants.
Yeah, he's holding them up. They're
Not
a
wearing
bit
them,
big. He's
holding
like
them.
he's like canonically just rotting away eternally. So yeah, he's losing a bit of weight. You know, he needs to get a belt. No way am I. No way am I setting up this big evil fucking ancient god as a fella that needs a belt. But no, in the end of the last session, he clawed his way out of the portal, pointed his wand at you, and I asked you to roll initiative. So I would like you to do that again because I can't remember the results.
Neither can I. Okay, cool.
Pretty sure mine was bad.
Before you roll initiative, level up to 7, please.
That means I now get advantage.
I'm so
Change.
big. Sorry. Big level. Big boys.
I'm so big and strong.
I'm so
Fuck.
Big.
Ooh, a new Aldrich invocation.
Yeah.
I'm gonna dip into sorcerer.
Hmm.
Its range is now 300 feet.
Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh.
Yo, that's a lot
I'm
of
gonna be
feet.
pounding more people.
It's a good
Stop.
thing.
Stop pounding people.
It's a good thing Nox has a
Wait to
bag of
pound
holding to
people.
store all those feet for you.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah.
That's so true.
Wait, we have feet.
Sorry, let me. I was
Yeah.
leveling up the wrong character. I was like, how does this work?
Mithrali has 300 feet. You just said.
Oh my god.
That's so many feet.
Like
Sorry, I like them.
Can I have some?
Anything
We
for you,
share.
baby girl.
Is this where it turns out that Mithrali is actually Godric the Grafted from Elden Ring?
FB Goblin.
Just collecting body parts and like stitching them to yourself.
Oh, I can cast detect
Ooh.
magic without expanding the spell slot.
Nice. I was trying to say yay and nice and it didn't work.
Yes!
Nice.
Nice!
Producing saving throws.
Do I need to prepare another? Oh my god.
Oh, the joys of being a barbarian.
Man. Sound like the dumbest thing I've ever done. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, I can use Pact of Chain to summon something.
I do love how most of the characters will spend a bit of time going through like new abilities and, you know, choosing options. And then for Grug, it's just, I can smash more now.
I do smash, but a little
Smash.
bit more.
Big smash.
Me smash! Ooh!
Oh god.
Smash good! And I can learn
Grug
these-
roll initiative now.
Oh shit, yeah.
I got a 12.
Just noting it down, hold up. Grug. Well.
Well,
Yes.
Oh, I got a 6.
Nithy. 6.
I got a 5.
Drow. 5.
Little initiative, big hits.
True. With them poison daggers.
Yippee. I haven't worked
On
with
the-
anyone that I've tried yet.
I was gonna say on the poison and vulnerable demon, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
Hey, don't make fun of me.
I mean, you still get the base damage. Just be very careful with what you hit this guy with.
Oh, spell.
My
Hey.
initiative is 9.
Ooh. Let's get 9. I did not even make this an OP character sheet. And August got a 13.
Yeah.
Woo. Right, just waiting on Amris, and then we are good to kill each other.
Okay, I'll just choose random shit for now. Sort it out later.
No, if you want to go through it, don't worry about it.
There's just a
You-
lot of spells to choose from, and I don't want to take too long.
They might save your life.
Yeah, you're right. You take your time.
uh,
Rug's gonna solo this demon. Don't worry.
Wouldn't be too sure about that if I were you.
Oh. It's never a good sign.
I mean, I think this is going to be the most powerful thing you've fought so far.
Mm.
But it's
I mean,
also
it's
not. It's not ridiculously out of reach to win against.
It's only Borkus.
Yeah, it's only Borkus. It's not
You're right.
Orcus.
Yeah. Right. I'm done.
Wonderful.
Initiative. Okay, let's see. That would be. Get to it. 20.
Goddamn, boy. You go first.
Oh.
Shit.
You say shit?
I don't like going first.
I mean,
No,
there
it's
is quite literally a rotten demon standing in front of you. 10 feet in front of you, in fact. I don't know if you guys remember, but he did blast you all back without causing damage or any side effects. He did just sort of push you 10 feet away from the portal.
I think
Anyone outside of that range is still exactly where they were, so I think our 2 warlocks are still amongst the theater seats.
We're chilling.
Being chilling.
Sort
right?
of in sort of a direct straight line from where Orcus is currently stood.
I think I'm just gonna smite him then. Yes.
Wonderful.
I'm a paladin. I have one job.
Roll for smiting.
First big smite. Here we go. Okay, that's a shit. It's a 10.
That misses, sir.
So stinky. And then a 27.
That definitely hits. So with the first, you do realize that the transparency of this creature seems to come in and out, almost like it's phasing into reality still. And the halberd just goes straight through, causing no damage whatsoever. But on the second hit, you sort of bring it back up, and it seems to catch a solid piece of this beast's leg.
Oh.
And what's your damage?
That would be 11 with the halberd, and then for the smite, it is an extra 12.
So 23. Number 69 just popped up.
Yeah.
Right. Is there anything else you would like to do with your turn, sir?
Fuck it. I'll give him a little poke. What bonus action?
A little pokey wokey. Yeah. Sounds good.
That is a 21 to hit.
That hits.
4 cheeky little poke, 7 damage.
So is this where you sort of flavored it to be the hilt of the halberd, sort of bring it up as like a
Yeah,
double strike? Mhm.
Yeah, it's my bonus action attack.
Okay, so as you first stabbed him in the leg, and you realized, you've just met actual what appears to be rotten flesh. Orcus screams out in pain, and you see the opportunity to flip the halberd and smack him right in the groin.
Oh, beautiful, yeah.
And you do how much damage?
I think it was 7, I said, right? Was it
7. Yeah, I think so. There we go. Right, Orcus. This giant fucking thing looks directly into your eyes as you pull back from the strike. And I would like you to make a Constitution saving throw, please.
Uh-oh. I got pissed.
17.
17. Okie dokie. And let me just actually roll the number I need. I can't find it. There it is. You lose.
You
So-
lose.
You are dead. No. As Augus's eyes meet with yours and you sort of process the glare coming from his soulless face, a cold chill washes over your entire body. And you feel like you have lost control of your own movements.
Oh no.
But he doesn't seem to be like puppeteering you in any way. Like you just
Yeah.
cannot move. You can still breathe, you can still look around with your eyes, but you can't turn your head, you can't move your limbs, nothing.
Shit.
You're
So-
mesmerized.
That is his bonus action. So he's going to take an
Oh.
attack as well.
Okay.
In a
Oh,
cone, he is going to splash acid forward from his mouth, which covers the area of anyone currently stood in front of him on the stage, which I believe would be Emrys, Grug, and Drow.
Am I on the stage?
The 3 of you were, because you use your daggers to fight the hooded figures, right?
Oh yeah, I jumped onto the stage.
Yeah. So the 3 of you all take 10 damage.
Do we not make any saves? Oh god.
No
damn.
saves to make. You just take the damage. It hits no matter what. That's the actual regular
Okay.
spell, by the way, available to any sorcerer.
Ouchie.
Give me
It is a
second to scroll.
lingering acid that has now essentially coated you, but you're not going to take any extra damage from it. But you do have now a disadvantage on Constitution throws.
I was like, hey, I like my daggers. Hey.
Yeah, he basically just coated your daggers for you.
Yippee. Thank you, kind man.
And that ends the Phantom's turn. Moving on to Grug.
Okay. Well, Grug is now pissed off that he's covered in acid, so he's going to go into a rage.
Yeah. You feel this like burn your skin. Like it's not a direct pain. It actually seems to be like within your skin.
Ow, ow,
Uh,
ow!
so Grug rages.
Ow.
Ooga.
Nasty Mr. Orky! And then he's going to swing at him
Indeed.
twice.
Wonderful. I like it when he does that.
First one is a 16 to hit.
That hits.
Wahoo! For a total of
Wahoo.
17 damage.
Okay. That's the 17. Do you want to roll for your next hit?
Not 20?
God damn! So
Let's
double
go.
damage. Go for it.
That does. It says 24 plus 11. So 30. Two classes of the kit crit. So it says total damage 24. Then it adds a critical. So I don't know if it's 24 or 11.
Okay, so the critical is probably the system working in a way that we're not playing with. So double the first number.
Oh, 48 then.
48 plus the 17.
What?
You had
Yeah,
17
yeah.
in your first hit, and you've got the
Yeah.
48.
Yeah, well, I just got 24 and you said double that.
So that
that's
is
48.
65 damage.
Jesus.
Yay!
Grog solo!
Christ.
You could say he would solo.
Right.
I did
You
not
know-
expect that to happen.
Level
I-
7 now.
Yeah, we're level 7. It's like that we're not babies anymore.
Right?
We're
So
a whole
as you've
7.
taken both of these swings, the first you've sort of just like gashed a hole into a bit of the rotten flesh of his torso. And then with the second, you've come through and you have perfectly cut even deeper into the same wound. And Orcus is reeling and screaming in agony as you do this.
Okay, you very
would.
naughty.
I would say he looks unhealthy, but he always did.
Makes sense.
And he actually still seems to be holding strong, and you don't seem to have made any lasting effect.
Well,
Hmm.
I don't like this guy.
But he
Guys,
definitely felt that.
this guy sucks.
That's
Get
my
him,
turn.
Grog.
Wonderful. So, moving on to Noxpire.
I think I want to cast Shatter on him,
Mhm.
which has a 10-foot radius. So if I like move him to the edge of it, will I catch anyone in that radius? Because I don't want to catch anyone.
Placed far enough behind him, you could totally avoid hitting anyone, as Grug would be in front of him. Emrys would be
figured
sort of,
everyone's sort of-
shoulder to
yeah.
shoulder with Grug, and you are just behind them. You could cast it at the furthest point you can see behind him, and it would just hit him.
I would like to do that.
Wonderful. I do not know the specifics of the spell, though. Could you explain?
I can read the thing.
Ye-
Do-do-do. So do. I think he has to make a Constitution saving throw.
Okie dokie.
Um,
Does it have a number for him to beat with that?
It should
attack
say
save
DC.
14.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so he needs to beat a 14.
14.
He rolls a 16, so he saves
Oh.
against it,
Well, that's rude.
which I think would have the damage of anything you're trying to do.
It says he take 3d8 thunder damage on a failed save,
Oh, okay.
or half as much on a successful one.
Oh, yeah.
So if he
so
saves,
So
he takes the full
half
damage.
the
Yeah,
3d8.
So
It's just
roll
roll
the
it in half.
3d8, and then we halve the number. That's still
Right.
a good amount of damage. You could do
I'm
up
going.
to
Yeah.
12.
It's a powerful spell. Yeah. So. That's 3. 3d8 comes out at 12. So he takes half of that, the 6.
6 damage, yep. I mean, it's not Grug damage, but it's definitely helping put
It's
things in you guys'
something.
favor. Yeah. He sort of
And I think
stumbles.
it's-
He sort of stumbles slightly forward, not hitting anyone in front of him, but just like an inch or two, and you can sort of see the flesh falling off him, almost like he's just melting
Ew.
away the more you chip away at him.
Gross.
Very gross.
Stinky.
Ew.
Yeah, that is me done.
Alrighty. Nethrali. What you gonna
This
do to
one-
the big stinky boy?
Is there a lot of people in range of this guy, like quite close to him?
Grug and Emrys are currently within 5 feet.
Oh, shit, so that takes out any of those options.
But like with Nox's attack, if you were to land it behind him and just cone it so he's in range, I will allow you to damage him without damaging your allies.
So I was gonna cast Cloud of Daggers.
Yeah, you could
Which
place it
is
behind
5
him so
feet.
he's in
Just
the... Yeah, so essentially he is encased in it, but you're not actually hitting the two on the other side of him. So where the Blade of Dagger spell would fall.
Okay, I'll then cast Cloud of Daggers.
Mm-hmm. Is there a save to make with Blade?
I don't know.
It should say in the description. I can't remember if there is or not. I think it might be a Dex save or something.
Okay, let's have a look. It doesn't mention anything about saving throw.
Okay. So you
It's just a
just
Constitution spell for me, and I rolled it, and I got 19 slash damage.
nice. So that will damage him for 19 now, or when he starts his turn. I can't remember the way it works in 5e.
I'll have a look, don't worry.
Yeah.
When it enters the spells area for the first time on a turn or starts its turn there.
Okay, so on his next turn, he will take 19 damage.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Good shit.
But yeah, that should be everything for my turn at least.
Yeah. That's a very good turn.
Yeah.
You have essentially solidified a win with that. I'm not afraid to say. Moving on to Drow.
Okay. Okay, Drow's gonna move closer to it, and then not like 5 feet away,
Mm-hmm.
just like close enough.
So
that I
between the
can-
10 and 5 feet that you and the others are. So you're going to be sort of.
It's fine. I'll stick to 10 feet then.
Okay.
I'm gonna try hit it with guiding bolt.
Wonderful.
16.
That hits.
16. Oh my god.
And Guiding Bolt is radiant damage, correct?
Yes.
Wonderful.
Beep up. 12 damage.
12. Okay.
12 damage. And then I'm gonna spawn. Well, my hammer should still be out, right? No, my coin.
Yeah, your coin would carry on from the last battle.
My coin. Let's see.
So you get the attack with that as well.
I got 8. Never mind.
It does not
Fuck
hit.
it.
No.
Okay, cool.
Reference, this fella has an AC of 15.
Oh.
Yeah. So the 16s have been very narrow hits. So yeah, would
Good
that be...
Yeah, that's everything.
Okay. Right. Good turn. It is back to Emrys. What would you like to try and do?
Am I still frozen then?
Depends on what you want to do.
Hmm.
If you try and make a physical action that involves you moving, you have to make a Constitution saving throw once again.
Okay, I'm gonna try and get out of it. Please, come on, please. Nope, that's an 8.
Okay. Yeah. You cannot move still.
I'm frozen.
This cold sensation seems to be getting more intense.
Hmm.
You feel like it is making its way further in internally,
Oh.
and you
Would-
feel a fear come over you.
Would any of us have like seen this and like would this
There are no
Maybe.
visual giveaways as to this. As far as the rest of the party has seen, Orcus simply looked at Emrys, spat acid at you, and now Emrys is just stood there, just not moving. He
can you
can't.
speak or anything
He
like
can't
that?
open his mouth to speak because it would mean moving his jaw, which he cannot do.
That makes sense.
But you guys do maybe realize that he hasn't even moved an inch.
I'm just frozen.
He is frozen, still holding halberd at the ready. As you guys
Well,
are
he's ready.
probably panicking and sort of like trying to, come together to fight this thing, you may not even realize that Emrys hasn't moved. You may think he's just readying his next attack, like waiting for his moment to strike.
Dear God.
Right,
Sleep paralysis.
so I don't think there's anything you can actually do on your turn.
Okay, I just panic.
Le
Um,
panic.
I will say it is possible for you to make like a perception check for anything within your line of sight.
Hmm.
You can still use any detection spells that you have, as they are sensory for you.
Let's see.
Don't you even bother trying to use Detect Undead, though, because this thing is made of rotten flesh and bones.
Do I get an
I
undead
wonder what
presence
this
from
is.
this guy?
Ah, yes, he tastes like actual fucking death.
It's like shite.
Yeah.
I can't cast spells like this, right?
None that are spoken. You can only cast at will. So, like, if you have a spell system that you could imagine coming into reality, that sort of thing. But you cannot speak, you cannot use your gestures to conjure anything, so you are literally just sort of frozen there.
Okay. I think I can't really do anything. Maybe I'll just do a perception to see if I don't know. Like,
Okay, yeah,
are we
roll
actually doing
perception.
anything to this? Yeah. That is a 14.
A 14. Okay, so as you are stuck in place and all you can do is look around, while the others have been battering the shit out of this guy, you have realized that the original wound that you made in your first turn seems to have healed.
Ooh.
I hate this guy.
And you can feel, sort of as you realize this, a sort of searing pain in your stomach and your leg, where you hit him.
Oh shit.
Oh, grog, buddy. Mm-mm.
Nuh-uh.
Uh-uh.
What do you mean,
It's gonna be
nuh-uh?
a big uh-ohs.
You get the idea that this fella may just be leeching you of your very life.
Oh god, we're connected. Jesus.
You are very connected, yes.
I die.
Go on without me.
Get me
He
away.
said, because he
Right,
thinks we're all dead.
that did give you a bit of information. I will consider that a good turn.
Okay. That's me done.
Yeah, that would be you done. Right, it is his turn, unfortunately for you guys.
Shit.
Uh-oh.
Nuh-uh.
No!
He
Not allowed.
does take the 19 damage from Cloud of Daggers.
Yeah, boy.
As these daggers sort of rip through him as he's trying to step to the left to get out of it, you do notice it is shredding him up. Like he is losing a lot of the flesh that surrounds the bony carcass that appears to be the vessel carrying this deity in. You get the impression that he is falling weak. He is stumbling, but he still is able to keep eyes locked with Emrys.
Oh dear.
As he does do this little step and is locking eyes, you all now do realize he hasn't broken eye contact with Emrys.
So romantic.
He is
Oh my God.
infatuated. No, and
I'm
you...
gonna kiss you.
Problem.
Kiss.
Right, it is his turn, but I will ask all of you to make an Arcana check.
Ooh.
Except for Emrys. Yeah, Grug, you laugh. Mr. What is Magic?
-1. What am I going to roll for this? Let's go.
Please get a nat 1.
No way, I got a nat
No,
20. Let's
I got a
fucking
You got a nat 20?
go.
I also
Yeah.
have- I also
Okay.
have a 20.
No
Wonderful.
way! Oh my god.
Is
I
that
got a 10.
Okay. And Grug?
Oh, got a 6, I did say.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear it over the excitement.
Sorry.
No,
I
you
did
could
say it's a nat 20, so
So,
don't blame
was it 2 nat 20s? Or was it
Yeah.
a nat 20 and a modified 20?
Mine was a modified 20.
Okay,
Oh, mine was a
right.
nat. I'm dead.
So, 2 of you, whoever rolled underneath the 20, do not notice anything at all about this. You just think... You just process Orcus like staring into Emrys's eyes as like a battle tactic, like he's just trying to make him scared. Like he's selected his target, you know. Whereas the other 2 pick up on a faint green swirl of light passing back and forth the two, almost like it's channeling something between them. And Drow specifically, you actually remember seeing this previously during the kind of fights you would have seen in the Underdark, where there are a lot of, you know, undead creatures and that sort of thing.
Okay.
And you know that there is one specific way of getting rid of this, outside of ending the life of the creature hosting it. I will tell you, there is a saving throw that he has to make every time you hit him to keep this thing going. But there is a surefire way of getting rid of it. And that is to distract him. You know that if you get Augus's attention away from Emrys, that the bond will be broken and Emrys will be able to move again.
Hey, what's the big idea? Why we not got Rudy now? Fuck's sake. Fuck that.
Rudy's a little busy.
No, imagine if we had vicious mockery.
I was gonna say that would have been like.
Yeah, that would have been exactly what you need.
Aw.
Right. And just before August actually takes his turn, Bonk crawls out from the sleeping bag that Grug has still on his front, which Bonk has been in this whole time. And Lawsuit pelts in from outside, as you did actually bring Lawsuit with you, and they were just left outside.
I think he
sort
just
of in the
came
hallway.
At the end of last session.
Yeah. Oh, they would have been waiting in the hallway after you had the conversation with Rudy's father, Broderick. Yeah. So yes, they actually are poised, ready to attack. And Drow, you're going to take Lawsuit's turns. Do you have the familiar set up on your sheet?
I do not.
Okay, you should probably do that while it's not your turn yet. So extras on the action spells inventory and all that, all the way to the right, extras should have a familiar option. Try and find a raptor. If not, try and flavor something to be of the same effect. So it would use bite in or claws essentially as its main attack. If there's any lizard-like thing that does that, you know, you can flavor it around. I'll let you do that to yourself while we continue.
It'd be large, big boy.
And Grug, starting from your next turn, you also get to choose attacks from Bonk. You're familiar.
Okay. The problem is, like, you said that Bonk has different stuff to what I've got on the character sheet.
There's extra things that I haven't given you yet, but that is intentional at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine. It's just because, like, basically all he can do is go invisible on the character sheet.
Okay, so he does have the ability to cast fire as well. We'll flavor Firebolt for now for you to use in combat, which is 2d10, I think, at your current level for damage.
Okay.
Yeah. To hit, we'll just use any other attack that he's got. Right. August's turn. Actually going to take it now.
Wookie wookie.
Still locking eyes with Emrys. I hope you're feeling healthy, my friend. He is going to reach out. Ooh, go on.
Sorry, I was gonna say would Drow have to wait until their turn to be like, hey guys, that thing, no good.
You can communicate it at any time with the rest of the party.
Oh, okay. I would have communicated straight away.
Yeah, so you would have told them, you know, this is a bond that we must break by distracting him, you know, get his attention away from Emrys. That's essentially your plan now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, on the opposite side of that coin, August reaches out with a giant hand, and it just sort of encompasses and envelopes Emrys's entire being. Like, you fit in his hand with your head just sticking out above two of his fingers. And what is your AC, my friend? It's less than 24, right?
18.
Okay, he does 10 points of necrotic damage to you.
Oh. I moan.
And as he does so,
You can't do that.
you
True.
realize that he actually is still healing wounds every time he makes contact with you.
He's gonna kill me.
So the 10 damage he just did to you, he has also added to his own health.
Do I look more like withered every time he does it, like an old man?
There's no like visual difference, but you feel the cold anytime this happens, getting further and further towards your center of being, towards your heart.
Bro, this is horrible.
It is. But it had to be you, man.
It had to be me.
You were the first to hit him. You were the one he had eyes on. It's just how it is. Ba, 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 ba. I forgot he has a reaction. Oops. He doesn't have any other bonus actions, I don't think. Oh, no. Yep, never mind. He does.
You spoke too soon.
Indeed. So, something about the wand that he is carrying actually gives him 2 spells per turn. And it's also part of his class. So technically he should have 3 attacks, but I'm only giving him 2. As he is still locking eyes with Emrys, he is going to realize that Grug is, still stood right next to him, and there's this little imp on his shoulder that he recognizes. The race of not Bonk himself.
You know his boss.
And he's going to fight fire with fire, and rolls a nat 1. As he is still locking eyes with Emrys and has just seen Grug and Bonk out of like his peripheral vision, he's sort of with his other hand, while he's still leeching from Emrys, summoned a great ball of flame.
Ball of fire. Oh.
Great balls of fire.
Ball of fire.
And as he's tried to sort of throw it at you, bearing in mind you are literally inches away from Emrys, like he should not miss. It seems to go directly between the two of you, landing just on the floor behind you.
Save me.
And he, for a moment, seems to lose some of the connection between himself and Emrys,
Oh.
but ultimately regains it. That's how easy it is to distract him. I'm just putting that out there. It's a bit of flavor for you guys. Yeah, he's losing Wi-Fi, yeah. His signal strength is lowering.
The Bluetooth device is not paired.
And that ends his turn. Grug and Bonk, it's your turn.
Okay. Bonk, even in Bonk? No, Grug in rage is just going to start laughing and be like, You can't even hit me. I'm right here. Oh my god. But like, why aren't you looking at me? Look at me. I'm the one hitting you. Why are you so bad?
I'm gonna stop you right there, and you can make a performance check if you like.
Roasting him.
Roasted.
I already got a 6.
Okay, so he sort of lets out a hoarse laugh as you're doing this, but ultimately doesn't break contact with Emrys.
Okay. Does that class as an action? Just me yelling and berating him?
I'm gonna consider that a bonus action.
Ah, bugger. Okay.
As to sort of dance around like a fool doesn't really use a lot of energy. And like taunting him essentially. So you can still attack him out of frustration that your plan did not work. Using your
Okay.
actions.
Okay. Well, I've got 2 attacks, so let's just roll those. See what we get. That's
Indeed.
a 20. Not a nat. Not a nat. We're okay.
Modified 20, it hits. Yep.
For 18 damage.
Wonderful.
And then second roll is a 19 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
And 19 damage.
Sheesh. This
You're
fella.
lucky that class is a bonus action because I would have had a 3rd attack otherwise.
Yeah. You still get bonks attack.
Oh, yeah. What did we say the fireball was?
Essentially, you can melee or firebolt. So it's a 2d10 of damage if it were to hit.
Okay, what do I roll to hit? What like modifiers am I using to hit?
Your regular
Sure.
attack modifier would be to hit for bonk specifically. So if you've got like claws or something like that, is there anything?
It just says stinger, but I never thought that he had a stinger.
Hmm.
I've never pictured him with a stinger. I'll just use that.
He's got a pointy tail.
Yeah,
It's a +5 to hit.
we'll assume that's him like whipping his tail at an enemy or something. +5 to hit,
Right.
fair enough.
Well,
Right.
no, okay, so that's fine. Let's find out, shall we?
Yeah, so that shit to hit,
Uh,
and then I'll roll the 2d10 for you as
It's a 13, bro. Doesn't hit.
13. Okay.
Bonky misses. It's okay,
All right.
bonk.
So I'm still gonna roll damage because there's a little bit of silliness you've just done. You know, during the one shot when Zayden hit a dragon with fire, and you laughed at him.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
just hit a demon with fire, like a demonic devil deity who
Yeah, I thought that was going to be a bad idea.
who was born in fire.
Yeah, I thought
So
that was
you've
gonna be a bad idea.
actually, because
Okay,
technically
heal
your
them.
attack missed, the damage is with a disadvantage, so it's half the damage you would have done he heals for, which actually is only 3 health. So it's not a big deal, but he actually has not only immunity to any fire or necrotic attacks, but he heals from them. They fuel him.
That's rude.
I mean, I
That
did
is
like
very
30 odd
rude.
damage and healed him for 3. You guys can't be angry at me.
Yeah, you're
That's
absolutely just testing the grounds here. You know, it's only Emrys's life you're
Actually-
throwing away.
Does that mean Emrys got healed for 3?
That'd be really funny.
No, because
Shit.
the channel between them it's essentially a one-way system for healing. He's going slurp slurp, drinking him like a juice box, you know.
Sleep paralysis.
That would be your turn, yeah.
Yeah, that's all I can do.
Okie dokie. Nuts.
I would like to hold Orcus. Not like a
Like-
baby. I
like
want to hold
passionately?
person him.
Like- He is not a person.
give him a lug. But it says humanoid.
Mm-hmm.
Is he?
Does it specify size?
It just says a humanoid that you can see within range. The range is 60 feet.
Hmm.
But would it work if he's like a wispy
old boy.
version?
He would be more considered a beast than human or person.
He's human shaped ish.
Ish. Yeah, yes. The head of a cow,
He has arms and legs.
the legs of a
I'm
cow.
pretty sure by D&D rules, humanoid just means two-legged thing.
Yeah, two-legged
creature.
sort of stands like a person.
But however, obviously this is more homebrew than anything else, so your rules at the end of the day. But I'm pretty sure just humanoid generally just means two-legged.
I will allow it.
Yippee.
Right. He's gonna make a wisdom saving throw.
Mm-hmm. What does he have to beat?
14.
Because I think he did. He got a 19.
Oh, I don't like this guy. He smells.
Yeah.
He does smell. That was a really good roll, actually. I actually rolled a nat 17, and he's got a wisdom modifier of 2.
Ugh. God damn it.
Stupid
I cannot
guy.
hold him, alas.
I just
Will
want to
one
be
day heal.
hard.
Sad now.
Sad. Is there
Um,
anything else you would like to try with your turn?
I can still only do like one spell at a time, I think. So that was my spell.
Okie dokie. You
Yeah.
don't really have bonus actions, do you?
Nope.
Okay.
That's
Well,
all I got.
moving on. Ned.
I pew pew with Eldritch Blast.
Yes. So you're gonna hit twice?
Fuck. Yeah.
Okay,
well, hit
roll
once
roll
was
2
20.
once.
I got 12
Oh, you
as my
got a bad
first.
hit. Okay. Yeah, just if you've got like multiple attacks in one go, just
I got a nat
roll
20
hits
as my
first. And...
second.
Oh, we love it. Go for it. What's your damage?
Assume nat 20 is crit, isn't it?
Yeah, it should
you double
automatically do it.
damage. Yeah, the crit system for D&D Beyond isn't great. It doesn't always double the damage like we saw with Krug.
Oh.
It added like half of the actual damage onto the
Well, that's
damage, which was weird.
fun.
So the
That
first
would be
number it gives you,
17
that's your base damage,
crit.
is it? It should give you 2 numbers.
It was 10 plus 4 plus 3.
Does it say why there's a +4 and a +3, or is that...
Because of the force damage thing.
Okay, yeah, the 4 makes sense for the force damage, so that's a 14, and the +3...
I assume was for the extra crit, because
Okay, ignore the 3, double
Okay.
the 14. That's how much damage you've actually done. So 28.
What the fuck?
You just did 28 damage on a nat 20, yeah.
Oh.
So
Sheesh.
the first bolt that you throw actually completely misses Orcus, and as he is stood directly on the other side of Emrys, you have just smacked Emrys in the back of the head with force damage,
Oh shit.
only doing the force damage, the 4.
Okay.
As he is thrown forward, he actually, his face meets with Orcus's, like you've just forced him into a headbutt,
We kiss.
and they passionately make love. So as Emrys's head is thrown into Orcus's bony, bull cow, weird face thing, it's really hard to keep up with the description of this guy. He's got like 3 different forms. It's hard to remember all of them. You actually notice that the front, the elongated snout of this creature shatters from the pressure.
Oh.
And then as this is happening and Emrys sort of bounces back, Orcus leaping back in anguish, the second bolt goes directly into the shattered, now gaping face hole that this creature has, follows down into it internally, and from the inside you see a red glow. And as the transparency fades in and out, you can see this blast sort of growing inside it. And after a few seconds and some anguish screams from this creature, it explodes, firing bone shrapnel
shit.
all over the entire theater.
Let's go.
You all die.
The bond between Orcus and Emrys is broken with the explosion, and you have just defeated the Phantom of Orcus.
Yippee!
Let's go.
Oh my god.
Look at
So,
Borkus.
you know what is hilarious about all that, by the way, just before we carry on, is the fact that you just did 28 damage, wasn't it? The 10
Yeah,
for doubled for crit. You only had 9 HP.
Oh
God.
I was thinking it's like just like fucking dead, like he's not.
Yeah, yeah.
He's
So
just
as
dead.
the conversation broke between Orcus and Emrys, by the way, the connection completely stopped right there before the second attack hit. If you had killed Orcus while it was holding the concentration, there was a chance that Emrys could have gone too.
Oh shit.
That would have been brilliant.
Lol.
But because you broke the concentration with the first attack hitting Emrys and ultimately doing damage to Orcus, you actually just saved his life by fucking up. And then rolling in that 20 for the damage.
I don't know whether to feel impressed or concerned.
The fact that it was like a failed roll and then a nat 20 absolutely just saved Emrys's life. He could have died if you attacked Orcus on the next go.
Huh.
Or if the nat 20 was the first attack to land. Emrys could have actually just straight up died.
Well,
Sounds
shit.
fun.
I think he wants to die right now after that. Jesus.
Right, as the dust from these bones sort of settle and the rotten flesh sort of dissipates into nothing, leaving behind just bubbling tiny little pools of acid. Lawsuit is still running down to like join in, by the way.
Oh,
Lawsuit didn't actually get a turn here, but
I'm so
Lawsuit
excited.
does sort of start snapping at bits of the bone landing near him and sort of like still trying to fight this thing as everything lands.
Girl's like, yeah, get him, yeah.
And left exactly where Orcus was is the wand that he was holding.
Oh shit.
What would you like to do?
Who wants to be magic? Me, I'm gonna do it.
Nithrali, as you were the one to land the final blow, I will give you the first opportunity to decide what you want to do with the wand.
Oh. You with a fucking wand. I'm already magic. Like, what am I gonna do?
There's only one way to find out.
Test.
GG.
Okay, I'm gonna pick up the wand and test the wand.
You touched it without making a check. Well done.
We will die.
No.
It's just the end of the
Suddenly, Nithrali turns into Orcus. No,
Could you, could you make a
No.
Constitution saving throw, please?
Oh shit!
Oh
crap.
no.
Called it.
Oh,
Explode.
You do not turn into Orcus no matter what, don't worry.
I got a 12.
A 12?
Yeah.
As you pick this wand up, you feel an all too familiar feeling wash over from when you initially woke up to the party in that field where there was that like cold, sort of very painfully numb feeling runs through you, but almost in an instant it vanishes again. Almost like the wand is trying to tell you that it hates you.
Oh,
Fuck you,
understandable.
bitch.
So you do take 4 necrotic damage,
Mm-hmm.
but ultimately, as you rolled above a 10, which was the save for this, you feel a power come over you. Like you are filled with this confidence to make the wand obey you.
Oh.
And you may add the Wand of Orcus to your inventory.
Damn.
Let's go.
I can't tell if that's a good thing or not.
We'll find out.
You currently, just to layman this a bit for you, you have the weapon of the Lord of the Undead Deity in your hand. This is one of the most prized necromancy weapons in the entire realm.
Bro, I was fucking salivating over that shit.
If Drow were to sell this, they would be set for life. This is worth unfathomable amounts of money. But something that you do know as well is if this were to fall into the wrong hands, even just a common person, even just like a farmer or something, you know, it could mean the end for existence because of the power that you feel within the wand and the connection with its host that it shares.
Okay.
So you do not want to sell this, just so
No,
you
I'm
know.
Or do you?
So if ye cannot find the Wand of Orcus on D&D Beyond, you can flavor the highest level wand you can find. And even if it says you're not proficient, yes, you are.
You are.
I will find a way after this session to give you the attacks and other benefits it gives you as well.
Looks like Spindle. Spindle of Fate is the highest level.
Is that the one that would do the most damage?
You could just make a custom item and then customize the damage output and stuff.
Yeah, we could run through it all after the
I'll do it
session if you
later.
want. Yeah, or like another
Yeah,
day if
sounds
you're
good.
if you're planning on sleeping or anything.
I don't mind doing it after the session. That sounds good.
Sweet. Yeah, we can make that together then. For the rest of
Sounds
this session, you do not feel confident enough to actually use it in combat. We'll go with
Yeah,
that for now,
that's cool. That's cool.
so we don't have the flavor around it yet.
Yeah.
Right. The floor is you guys. You can do as you please.
Girl is immediately in there, like, hey, just wiping the saliva off their chin, just like, so it's a pretty cool wand you have there. Can I use it sometime?
Not a chance.
Okay, fine. All right.
Just like defeated, like, okay.
Yeah.
Nithrala's
I'll
like, I
try.
respect you for asking, though.
Well, you
Jeepers.
obviously don't respect me enough to let me use it, so I'll remember this next time I get
I
something
don't
that
think you
you
would
want.
even fathom the amount of
No,
power
no.
that ones.
No. I understand. Okay. You think I'm gonna run off and
Mhm.
sell it or whatever? I'm not gonna do that.
I beg to differ.
I'm not going to sell. I just wanted to look at it.
Not a chance.
You- I'll give you some money.
Come back to me sometimes later. Maybe I might consider it.
Fine, but I'll remember this when I have something that you want. Okay. Fine. And then they're just gonna storm off and be brewed in a corner.
A little like text thing pops up on the top left corner of Nithrali's screen. Drewathi will remember this.
Yeah. A
All
little butterfly effect.
right, before you continue any further, Emrys, the paralysis that was holding you and the fear seems to have subsided now. It sort of drops off you like you're slipping into a warm bath, like you feel the warmth of life come back to you.
Right.
And all of the damage you took during both of those fights from last session and this one are completely negated.
Oh.
You fully heal. Almost like the distraction reversed the process of the channeling.
Beautiful.
You now have extra temporary HP of 50,
Holy shit.
What does
which
Draw get? Fuck all.
which was the temp HP that Orcus himself had when you started the fight.
Drow moaning. At least you didn't take damage.
Yeah, you didn't get
I
hit.
took damage before this.
Oh
I
yeah,
did.
you
I
took
got
it from
hit by
the
acid.
Bodax, yeah. Oh, and the acid, yeah, you took 10 damage.
I definitely took the most damage there, though, and wasted a rage.
I think Grog and Emrys, yeah, you both took the brunt of that.
Yeah, we got hit hard. I think Emrys is just like sitting there right now, like just contemplating what the fuck just happened.
Yeah, the 3 Bodax did a little bit of work on you guys as well last session.
I got hit by the fucking Bodax more than I got hit by that guy.
Yeah,
Same.
they had numbers, and with August trying to keep that concentration, he was very focused on trying to kill Emrys. Like that was his main focus. That fight. So yes, as this warmth fills Emrys, and he sort of feels almost like a weight off his shoulders at the same time. But there is also a small imprint left by the connection.
Ooh.
You feel an unreasonable amount of disdain and hatred, but not directed at anyone or anything. It's just you feel this negative sort of anger within you, almost like it's festering in its own sort of realm within you.
So he's hormonal. Okay.
Yeah, essentially you just hit
teenager.
puberty. Congratulations.
God.
No, you'll find more about that in a later session.
Okay.
I don't have an explanation for you right now that would make sense to your character, so I won't give it to you.
Yippee.
A note of that, goddamn.
Grug is gonna turn to I forgot Squish's character's name.
Nox.
Nox.
He's gonna turn to Nox and go, "We done now. I did what you wanted."
Nox is gonna nod, kind of like a stern but confident nod, and say, Yeah, we need to report this back to Bale. We found the problem and we've stopped it for now.
Okay. Come on, Bob. Time to go.
Back.
There it is. That's what I wanted. And
Right.
Greg is gonna leave.
Indeed.
Gonna walk out.
Exit the stinky theater.
So,
Um,
you do realize just before you leave that the green portal is still open, but it is getting smaller.
oh shit. Drow's like, well, fuck you guys, and gonna grab little my baby girl.
Losu?
My baby girl. Yeah.
BB boy, BB girl. Yeah.
Baby boy. And we're gonna go through the portal.
You are?
No fucks given. Nothing there.
Okay. What do the rest of you do in awe of this situation?
I just stand there in disbelief, like, oh, for
Spin
God's
around like,
sake.
oh shit.
That motherfucker dead.
What?
Where are you?
I'm so yeah. Someone should be feeling real bad right now. It's Riley. Motherfucker went and killed herself.
I mean, Greg is still just gonna leave.
He gives no fucks.
Emrys was gonna try and pull Grug aside for a second, but after seeing that, I don't know what he's gonna do.
I like to
Fuck you,
imagine it's the
dude.
same as before, where you've like trustful middle fingers up, like back
Yes!
into the portal,
That is
like you
that
did in
is
the
vibe.
barbershop.
What
Yes.
the hell?
Nirvana just is standing there in disbelief, like,
I like how no one gives a fuck. It's like, okay.
Emrys is just confused.
Just for like context, I don't think Greg even noticed. I think Greg is just
Yeah, Greg has
like,
already
in-
He already
turned
gone.
around and he's walking
Greg
away.
was left. Greg got the oh yeah, we're done here. So it was just like, okay, fuck this, I'm out.
Okay, I think if Grug was leaving then, because Emrys wanted to flag him down, I think Emrys would have followed Grug then.
Mm-hmm. So
wouldn't have
Nip
been looking
and
at the portal.
Nox, what are you gonna do?
I think from my point of view, like I just need to tell my deity what's going on. So I'm just gonna be like, tell Ocus to suck it, and give a little like respectful nod, and then follow the others out.
You feel a sense of accomplishment roll over you as you say, suck it. Like your own deity that has given you your warlock powers has like approved of this. They like what you've done.
Hell yeah.
Telling you to suck it. Okay.
And
I'm gonna kill them.
Nitha's just standing there like, oh, why is there always me left? And then just runs to the portal.
Yeah.
wonderful.
We can
So-
kiss on the other side.
You
We
said
all-
you hated me, hello?
We will get to Drow and Nith shortly.
Yeah, it's okay.
The other three of you step out and everything is as normal. There's a small crowd gathered just down the hill to the right of the exit you walk through. On the left, still the big giant black castle that you met Broderick in. And straight ahead of you is just like a cliff. You see fields as far as the curvature of the world will allow you to see. The crowd to the right is sort of all gossiping and like you just hear hushed whispering as they all look out to the theater. And you realize for the first time since arriving at the theater that the one side of the building is all windows. The
I thought-
entire city has just seen what you accomplished.
Oh.
Damn.
And as you look out upon them, they all cheer.
Nice.
What would you
Nox
like
is
to do?
gonna pull her flaming daggers from her side, do a couple of like spins and flourishes, and do a little bow.
Roll performance.
Oh dear.
I have a +3. What can go wrong? 21.
21. Okay, as you sort of flex out and, you know, show off a bit. They cheer louder. You get like 3 or 4 of them sort of walk forward and start throwing gold at your feet. You
Sweet.
receive 20 gold.
Damn.
Jesus.
Drow hears the sound of gold and comes back through the portal.
You don't
Crawling
hear
back
shit.
The portal opens again.
Fuck you guys.
An arm comes out of a portal and grabs the gold.
Yeah.
Right.
No.
So what would you like to do, guys?
Before the
Grog.
crowd went off. Oh, sorry, you go.
All I was going to say is Grug, for the first time, is going to like sort of actually shrink back, and this massive creature is now going to sort of like shrink down to try and hide behind Emrys.
Yeah.
Aw.
Sort of like crouch down. All you see from the crowd's point of view would be like Bonk sticking out, still like
Basically,
sat
yeah.
on your head, just sort of holding you in like a hug.
Basically, yeah.
Bonk
Grug
is
does not
also
want this
looking
attention.
around and just sort of like smiling and like waving at the residents.
Emery, go.
I was gonna say before we met like the crowd, Emrys looked like he was about to reach forward to Grug to try and pull him aside, but got cut off by the crowd. You know, like you want to
Mhm.
open up, but every time you try to, something cuts you off. So he just kind of like, I guess also that anger now building up inside of him, he just drops the hand and starts to just
Yep.
stare at the crowd. Like the
Gotcha.
1,000-yard stare.
Like a
So the majority of the crowd do sort of part to like let you walk through, to let you go where you need to go. You know, they can see you're all a bit beaten up and you need like to rest and whatever. They do let you through if you want to go. But there's a few of them still sort of edged forward in the crowd that are sort of like asking your names and like where you hail from, who you represent, what kind of army you're in. You hear all these kind of like questions that you're used to hearing or reading the answers to in stories of your favorite heroes. And for a moment, Emrys feels the hate disappear.
Oh,
Like he's finally representing what he believes in, what he fights for. He actually feels like a hero for the first time in his life.
I like to imagine he's trying to get Grug through the crowd like a bodyguard for a celebrity. You know,
Yeah.
waving through.
still carrying that heroic stature. I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so as you guys are working your way through the crowd, they are sort of like reaching out, trying to touch you guys and like trying to ask you questions, but ultimately you are a lot stronger than the residents and they cannot grab you enough to like hold you back or anything like that. You just walk through. A lot of the crowd are actually trying to help you get through as well. They can see that you need that rest, that you need to get out.
Grug
You
hates all this attention and is just like trying to hide in between Nox and Emrys, which,
Yeah,
considering he's the largest party guy, probably isn't going so well. But he's just kind of like, no, 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 no.
I'm just lapping it up. It's like everything I was raised for, like winning wars, being the best at fight. So Nox is just strutting proudly.
Mm-hmm. Okay, as you make it to sort of the end of this crowd, there's probably about 200 people in this very cramped area, but they're all like pushed against the sides of this street. It's a very narrow, winding road downwards. As you get to the end of it, you notice a very heavily armored dragonborn stood just a few feet away from you. And at first, Emrys, you don't recognize them. There's battle scars covering the features that you would otherwise recognize, and you take a moment to process that this person is someone you know, and then almost like in a flash, your uncle is stood in front of you, just applauding slowly.
Oh.
And the hatred burns within you.
I think
With
Emrys
a-
is just gonna throw. Wait, sorry, if you keep going.
Yeah, with a sort of familiar feeling that you would usually get while asleep. This has never happened while Emrys has been awake. You hear the voice of your deity almost in the back of your head. Finish it.
Is he still there after I hear this?
Yep. He is still
gonna
just
throw it.
slow clapping, just applauding slowly and sarcastically at you with a big smirk on his face.
Alright, Emrys is just gonna throw a firebolt in that direction.
Do we all see this?
Yeah, you all see it.
You all see
I
the
don't
uncle.
care how
Okay.
big
So
the room
the
is.
fireball passes directly
Bolt.
through. Firebolt, sorry, passes directly through. Luckily for you, not hitting anyone, as they are all currently behind you.
Just hit somebody.
It just lands on the cobbled street and disperses. And as you are looking at this person who you believe to be your uncle in front of you, they sort of just slowly fade from everyone's vision, disappearing.
Emrys is just like trying to get through the crowd, but it's just too dense. Like you can't get through.
No, there is no crowd in front of you. You was stood
Okay.
alone. You are at the end of the crowd. You are actually home free. He was stood
Oh my god.
probably about 10 foot away from you.
And he's just gone now that I'm
And
finally
he
through.
just sort of fades in the same sort of transparency that the Phantom of August had.
Oh my god.
Ghost! Ghost!
Piss off, ghost!
Yeah, Grug has a panic attack.
But on a, but
Emrys
on
would
like
be
a,
like ready.
on a
Like,
yeah, I
um,
think. Go on. I keep cutting you off. Sorry.
no, I'm done. I kept cutting you off. I'm sorry.
All I was gonna say was Grug seeing Emrys start to get like throwing a firebolt and then seeming to ready his weapons. Grug, I think, is gonna like sort of grab him into like a bear hug.
Mhm.
And be like,
For context as well, for the other two characters, Grug, you do not recognize the Dragonborn whatsoever,
no, I know I don't, but I just
The
sort
one
of
that just
attacked something
disappeared.
random.
but Nox does.
Oh.
As Nox has not come face to face, but you know the description from Bale, who told you about the Dragonborn leading an army to Avernus. So you can match that this is the enemy of the party. This is the first time
Oh, okay.
Grug and Nox would have seen this person. Ultimately, the reason you're all banding together to go to hell has just stood in front of you, slow clapping, and then disappeared into thin air.
I hate him.
Hit that bitch.
Yeah, Grug is gonna like bear hug Emrys and be like, "It's okay, nothing there, just Grug, just Grug and Bonk, just Grug and Bonk."
I feel like Emrys is like heavy breathing, like that kind of trying not to cry breathing,
Mhm.
but like angry at the same time.
Yeah, this is the first time Emrys would have seen his uncle since his childhood.
He's like squeezing in a grug.
Ghost is gone. Ghost is not gone. It's okay. It's just Grug. Just Grug.
So, Emrys,
Nox is. Oh.
real quick, sorry. As you are like being hugged by Grug, you hug him back. Is that what you're saying? Like you're squeezing in and like actually
Like, just
embracing
kinda
it.
Squeeze it out, yeah. Like angry squeeze.
Mm-hmm. So the more you squeeze, the more you are overwhelmed with Grug's empathetic nature, and the hatred within you does boil down a little. It does sort of it depresses the hate, so it's like more confined, and you feel for the first time in a very long time that even though everything is on the brink, everything is on the edge, and there is no certainty, and there is only danger, you still feel safe with your friends.
Oh.
Oh.
I feel like as that simmers down, it just turns into a genuine hug.
Yeah.
The tension starts, yeah, as it goes. Just embraces Grog. Thankful.
Okay. The moment Grug starts to feel that he's calmed down, so I imagine it was quite an aggressive hug to start with,
And then you sort of
you
just
start-
yeah.
Greg is going to sort of let go and go, "You okay, buddy? You want to talk? That was a bit extreme even for you."
Oh god. How the hell would he communicate like this?
We don't have to. We can just go back. I mean,
It's like he's trying to find the words, but he's just looking at you. But he does want to speak.
it's okay. Greg is going to grab his hand and just start leading him back to the tavern now the crowd is gone. Just be like, "It's okay. As long as you feel okay now."
Yeah, it's like the kind of vibe he wants to speak, but he needs to be somewhere else.
Nox is gonna go with them. She's gonna go up to Emerus's other side and just say, "I also know this Dragonborn. I think we have a common enemy."
Wait, I guess we just go to the tavern, right?
That's
Yep.
where you did agree to go before you set off. Yeah.
Yeah, I really want to go back for trophy, but
No, it's okay. We're chilling,
Right,
apparently.
so
I don't know.
the three of you are heading back to the tavern as previously agreed on. Heath and Rudy actually went to find Marduk the last time you spoke to them. And you all agreed once you had finished your respective missions, you would all meet back in the same room you left, in just the open space of the tavern, which is now open to the public, by the way. It was closed when you were there last. And we go back to Drow and Nith. As you've literally just fallen back into this portal, Drow, and Lawsuit is bolted in after you, you realize you're in the slums.
That's so disappointing.
Stood
I
right
thought I was in
outside.
hell.
Stood right outside the tavern, which you immediately see as suspicious. Because this should be where the Phantom of Orcus came from. But as you look around, it's, the same innocent slum that you remember from only hours before. Everyone's still just lying in the dirt, drinking outside the tavern.
They look normal. Nothing else. Suspicious?
Nothing suspicious actually seems to be going on. Everything looks exactly the same.
I don't like this place.
And then as Nith sort of falls through the portal into you, sort of colliding with you, the portal zips closed behind her. And just off in the distance, you see the crowd making their way up the hill to do what we just did. You witness the entire thing, and Pez is actually stood outside the tavern, drink in hand, and he sort of just walks up to you guys, looks out over towards the crowd, and so, what happened? There's such a commotion over there. There's people talking of a great beast.
Well, he left behind a portal, and then we went through it. I don't think this is good.
If anything, we beat the crowds.
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
right.
you just got through for free.
Hell yeah, brother.
wait till Dre finds out you getting gold thrown at you.
Yeah, if I see them count, I'm like, where's mine? Did you pick up mine?
Riley literally only has 10 gold.
Oh, you poor baby.
The party
double it.
as a whole actually does have quite a lot of gold by now.
As a whole, yeah.
Yeah. In a bag that Dre is in possession of.
Who said I'm sharing all of it? I spent like 200 last session. Or the session before.
Yeah, so as you guys are sort of catching Pez up on what has just happened, and you are still looking out towards the crowd, you also see this Dragonborn, battle scarred, make his way from what appears to be the ground. Like he just rises up through the ground. No fancy lighting, no magic. He just appears to will himself into existence.
Does anyone else seem to think this is odd, or does no one else really notice it happen? As in the crowds.
The crowds don't seem to notice, as they are currently facing to watch the the goings on of, the rest of the party coming out of the theater and throwing gold at them, and then, them making their way through. You do witness the firebolt go directly through this dragonborn, land on the floor, and just dissipate into nothing. Pez sort of readying his weapon as he recognizes who this could be, but ultimately is frozen in place in fear.
Oh.
And you just hear him sort of growl under his breath, and you can't quite make out what he's saying. Like, you can hear the anguish and the pain in his voice as he witnesses this happen. And then you watch the Dragonborn disappear, and you see the other three making their way down from the bottom of the entertainment district, which is still only about 20, 30 foot from you.
And we
And
do see the little mental breakdown that.
yeah, you see everything, but you're not within range to hear it.
Okay.
So you can see that he is like shaken up. You see the hug between him and Grug, and then you see them walk with Nox and Grug either side of him, sort of like guiding him towards the tavern. And the party is reunited once more.
Drow's gonna be like, you guys didn't even realize that we went anywhere?
You went somewhere?
Yeah, we went through a big green portal that was left behind.
Oh. Why?
Because
know.
fun. That's why.
But
I
big
think you're
Not
scary
expected
guy,
to end
allergic
up-
to it.
big scary guy came through portal. Why would I follow through portal? That's silly.
That's not silly. It's called fun. It's like you're allergic to it, Grog. If that is your real name.
Grug's not allergic to anything.
What did Nithrali say?
Someone had to follow.
Exactly. Someone had to have fun. God, I miss Rudy. You guys are a bunch of sour sacks.
Pez actually, as you're saying, I miss Rudy, gestures towards the tavern and says, well, he's waiting inside. Should we catch up? He might want to hear about what you've just been through. And you might be disappointed to hear what we went through. And he sort of, you can see that he's like sort of shaken himself back to like a conscious state. Like the fear seems to have left him. And before he actually goes to the tavern, he is going to lock eyes with Emrys and just, are you okay, my friend?
I think he's gonna try to gesture him away for now and try to pull Grug aside as everyone goes into the tavern.
Yeah, he sort of sees that, you've got something to talk about with Grug. He's going to respect it. He does guide everyone else toward the tavern door. Drinks are on me, guys. You earned it.
Chris is just gonna wait for them to
And
go.
as the rest of you do move into the tavern, I'll clear this up and then you can do yours. The bartender has another barrel of the wine that Emrys and Drow had previously shared with him. And Peth turns to Drow and just says, I heard you're a fan of this.
It's from where I live.
This one's for you. And
Thank you
then
so much.
the bartender brings up another barrel, places it on the other side, and says, this one's for everyone else.
Oh my god, I can't barrel to myself. Drow's gonna like shed a tear. This is the best day ever.
It's like 20 liters of
How
the
fucking
wine.
yeah.
Yeah.
Drow's gonna be wasted. I did want to note that despite all of Drow's like excitement to see Rudy, just kind of stops when they're in the doorway. It's just like, yeah, there he is.
Yeah. Rudy is towards the bar on your left side. He's sort of sat in the corner with his legs up on the table, just smoking from a pipe.
Mm-hmm.
His eyes are glazed over, and he has many empty tankards in front of him.
Oh, that's why. Okay. I thought it was gonna be a stupid hairdresser man. Coming back for revenge.
No, not that. You killed that guy.
Might have had
Drow, actually, as a bit of a rebel yourself, you will notice that the smell coming from the pipe is a substance that is sometimes frowned upon, but is well known to inspire bards And the drink, you obviously know, will be a coping mechanism for all the trauma and the guilt that he has been going through lately.
Mm-hmm.
And he is just going to push some of the tankards forward, tap the stool next to him, and just, come and have a seat. Come on. I'm sick of being alone. Come and join me.
Oh my god. And Drow will do so, very excited, but just not really letting it on.
Yeah, the bartender fills up a large tankard with the wine and hands it to you.
Thank you so much.
Gives you a nod and then goes out back.
It's been a while. How did it go?
Bloody terribly.
That sounds great.
We couldn't find anything. Pez is catching up to this now, and he's sort of, yeah, he's been a mess since we got back. We
That's
went
rude.
we went chasing some info that we received. Marduk was nowhere to be found.
Well, that sucks ass.
And then Pez is going to pick up the entire shared barrel that he bought for everyone, and he's just going to gulp straight from it and then slam it down on the bar and just say, I'm out of fucking ideas.
Well, I'm sure our little birdman will be able to come up with something with the stuff that he is on right now.
As you say this, you do look towards Rudy and realize he is dribbling.
Motherfucker is out of it.
The motherfucker is
dear.
wasted.
Perfect. So he will come up with something in, like, let's say 24 hours.
Rudy looks around, realizing you're talking about him coming up with an idea, and he just says, more fucking drink.
Okay, sounds good.
Takes a big puff from the pipe, throws the pipe across the room. It's fucking empty. And then takes
It's
a
a
big
place to
swig of his
refill.
drink.
Man, what the hell? Well, cool.
And as all this is going on, Emrys and Grug, what conversation are you currently having?
I feel like there's been a few seconds of awkward silence as Emrys is just shifting a little bit, awkward, just in the spot before he. I won't keep you for long, Grug. I know you want to go see Rudy, but how do I say this? I'm just sorry for everything we've been through. I've not explained anything of it. I've dragged you through it, and the truth is, I'm scared that if I explain it to you, you'll say no and you won't come with me, Grug. And I'm not like you or Pef or Drow. I'm not swift or strong or. I don't think I can do this without you. Today proved that. It proved that I'd be dead twice over, and I just want to say thank you. I just hope you'll stay with me through this.
Grogan's going to take a really deep breath, look Emrys dead in the eyes, and just go, "You're silly. What do you mean? You're stronger than me. You believe in something that Grug doesn't believe in. You have friends. You made Grug friends. I will be there for you. We climbed a mountain together, and that means something. You didn't leave me. Most people leave Grug. It's not nice being left. And as long as you don't leave me, I won't leave you." And he's going to rest.
Yeah, he's gonna fall into it. Yeah, he's kind of trembling, like that. Every second of that was painful to him, trying to express that. Thank you, Greg. I promise I'll explain more. Just, I'm sorry. I'm thankful you're here.
Stop being sorry, silly. Also, Tev is puny dragon compared to you.
Monk wipes away a single tear after this, looks down at Emrys from atop Grug's shoulder and just nods in approval and says, "Buck!" And then in Orcish to Grug is going to say, "Pathetic. Emrys, king."
Yeah. And then I'm gonna whisper in Emrys's ear, the first time I've ever translated for Bonk, and just be like, Bonk thinks you king and Pev is puny. I agree.
I don't know if Dragonborns can cry.
They
But
can.
he's just shedding, yeah.
They
Just
can in our story.
Just the first one in a long time. Just a little tear, little tear. Okay, I'm sorry I kept you. Let's go see Rudy.
You sure you're okay?
Oh, I'll be fine. I promise.
Again, the hatred within Emrys, it sort of reacts to the situation almost, and it instead of a great burning feeling, it's down to like a small simmer. Almost like the feeling you get from the affection of others is directly feeding against it.
Mm. Okay. I think he'll take a second and step on inside.
Rug is only gonna move once Emrys moves.
Okay, so as Emrys steps inside, Grug is going to follow straight after. Yeah.
Basically, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. He'll go back to his usual quiet self and just observe.
As you walk in, this is the point where Rudy has just thrown the pipe across the room, this empty pipe. And you can hear him just yelling, "This is empty, fucking blah." And you can sort of immediately see that he is in a state. But as you two walk in, his face lights up. "My friends, how's it go?
Rudy!
Gruggy."
Greg is gonna like push past everyone and just give him a hug.
He's gonna
If he is sat
fully.
down.
Yeah,
He sat down or stood up?
he was leant back on a stool, back against the wall,
He's going
legs
on the
up on
floor.
the table.
They're going on the floor.
Okay. As you essentially wrestle Rudy to the floor, he just flops over and allows it, and he's like nugging your head, and he's like high-fiving Bonk and like scratching under your chin, like treating you essentially like a puppy.
Greg is gonna like it.
He's just gonna sort of straighten himself out a bit, and he's gonna, "How did the adventure go?"
Oh, well, we did some stuff, but I found your mum and your dad.
He sort of like in disbelief will just stand up and sort of fall backwards into the bar. And as he does this, the bartender comes out with a giant bucket and just puts it upside down over his head, soaking him completely with freezing cold water. And Rudy is more or less going to snap out of how fucked up he actually is. He's sort of, that's woken his brain up a bit, and he's going to throw the bucket down back onto the bar, sort of straighten himself up and go, "Dad or father?"
I punched whoever it was. They said they didn't raise you. You said you didn't, and Greg is going to kind of just stumble because obviously he's learned stuff about it, realizing that he probably shouldn't have punched him. But I hit him, and then he told me where your mum was, and I found her, and I paid my respects. And we can go see her.
Rudy takes a moment and just goes, First of all, you punched Lord Broderick."
Yeah.
And he just sort of laughs into it, and he's like really enjoying hearing about that.
His face was a bit messed up.
What a prick. And then he's going to, completely serious now, he's going to like go completely blank in the face and go, "But you said where Mother was buried."
Yeah.
"What do you mean?"
He moved her.
"You fucking what?"
He said that the grave was really bad and he moved her. She's up at the castle.
The castle.
Yeah.
Oh, for fuck's sake, I'm an idiot. And you can see he's very sober now in his demeanor. He doesn't seem to be he doesn't seem to have imbibed in anything at all. Like he dead set serious. I'm
It's
gonna give
okay,
that.
buddy.
I'm gonna give that asshole piece of my mind. The disrespect. And he sort of starts talking in a language you don't understand following that. But it sounds very elven to you, from what you remember.
Okay, buddy. I'm gonna need you to calm down a little bit first before we go storming up there.
He grabs his sword, his short sword, from his belt, raises it high in the air and says, "Fuck that!"
No, see, no, this is what Grug did.
He looks Grug up
This
and
is-
down and just goes, "And you're still stood here, right?"
Yeah, but I did apologize too. To get back in to pay the respects.
Well,
I
I'm-
hit him first.
I'm going to get my apology. Who's with me?
I am definitely gonna come with you, but I need you to put the sword away first.
Nith from the corner's like, I'm with you! Drow's like half
Oh,
drunk, like,
God.
yeah, raise a pint, yeah!
Ox
The
is like,
bartender,
I'm not gonna miss this.
the bartender reaches under the bar, bringing up a very crudely made halberd that resembles Ped's crest, but with Emrys's sort of craft going on with the actual blade and the hilt and everything.
Ooh.
And immediately, Peth and Emrys are going to notice. And it fills you with a sort of pride. Like you have just witnessed someone essentially fanboy over you.
Oh, like he's made it to.
Like he's
oh,
made
okay.
it to be
Yeah.
like you. Yeah, you and
Aw.
Peth he sees as heroes.
Oh my
You're the
God.
only Dragonborns he would have ever met.
Oh.
And you have both done great things for the city that he lives in. Peth helping in more of a financial and sort of executive way, and you literally smiting the shit out of a phantom of a ancient deity.
Well,
The tavern would have heard about this by now, but Peth was away with Rudy when this was all going on. So they had literally just got back, and Rudy had got wasted in the time it took for you to get from the top of the hill to the bottom.
Right.
Which is why he was so quick to sober up. It's like it hasn't quite hit him, and the nature of the situation has turned him to want to, collect himself a bit. And the bartender raises this halberd high in the air and just says, "I'm bloody with you." There's a few locals dotted around on tables, just having their drinks, looking up, and then sort of, huh? Rudy then holds his sword forward from it being above his head, just points it forward towards the door and says, "These bastards come here. They take from us." And he's like pointing it now to every member of the locale in the building, which are all sort of side-eyeing him. He still is known as essentially a criminal in these parts. But he continues anyway. "They took everything and they put us on the sidelines. And I am fucking sick of it. They disgraced the memorial I made for my mother. I want answers. I want justice. I want freedom." And everyone in the tavern, the bartender, all the locals, they're sort of like standing up a bit, and you can see them getting riled up. They're feeling inspired by this.
Yeah.
Yes, go.
And as this is a great turning point for Rudy and the people of this area, you all receive bardic inspiration to use whenever you want.
Let's go.
Rudy is the Prince of Egypt right now.
Rudy is the Prince of Fairwater.
Let my people go.
The half-blood prince, yeah. Oh, fuck, that makes sense.
Yeah.
But no, as this inspiration sets into you, a voice previously unheard to you all comes from the back of the bar, like behind the doorway that the bartender had just come out from. You may want to rethink that.
Uh-oh.
And out walks a towering beast of a man. Incredibly muscular, red skin, 4 gold eyes, and 4 ears.
What?
What the
Rudy.
fuck is that?
Drops his sword on the ground, just his jaw drops wide open. My lord. Lord of Pure, bringer of justice. Marduk. Marduk smirks knowingly. But ultimately, when he opens his mouth and speaks again, it's very serious. It's very, there's no jokiness to it. He's not taking advantage of the shock that is now filling all of you. Rise, young bard, possessor of flame, my chosen. And as Rudy is sort of like on his knees trying to stand up after just dropping everything, he ultimately cannot lift himself up. And
Greg is gonna
Marduk,
pick him up.
Greg is
no.
still at the
Yeah,
door. Marduk is closer. Marduk
Mm.
walks directly up to Rudy, places a hand on his shoulder, a hand under the arm on the other side, and just lifts him high into the air, and then places him on his feet. It's not your fault, my son. The incident that happened was a power awakening within you, gifted to you by me. And Rudy does not say a thing. He's just sort of like stammering. He's just, And he turns to address the whole party. I am Marduk. I have been away. And he looks at the locals. And I apologize for allowing this situation to befall upon you, my people. And at this point, the bartender, everyone that is a local sort of all drop to their knees and they just start praying to this massive 10-foot guy.
Hmm.
And then he's going to address Rudy again and just, but my son, you are not to blame for the death of Elena. It was my power that I bestowed upon you at such an inconvenient time in your young age. But you showed such promise to be my chosen, to do my will, and to prevent all this from happening and from going any further. I will march with you upon this castle, and we will set this right. I owe you that much. And then I have a favor to ask of you. And Rudy finding words for the first time since seeing Marduk now. Well, just, my lord, of course, I'll do anything to appease you. Marduk sort of strokes his chin a little, and then, I have trials for you to perform, young bard. It will mean parting ways with your friends.
No.
There we go.
But when you return,
Okay.
they will be waiting for you. It may take time. There's many things they must achieve themselves for their friend. And he takes a moment to think, and he, Fizban, the one that sent you all here. I know he has a mission for all of you. But ultimately, my small friend, and he just pats Rudy on the head, you do have an opportunity to become everything you ever dreamed of. No more lies, no more deceit. Be the power that you want to be. Do this for me, and you will be my champion. You will bring the end to unspeakable evils. you ultimately will cross paths with this group, no matter which way you choose to walk. And either way, you will do it with pride. And seeing Marduk address Rudy with such respect, all of the locals kind of brandish crudely made weapons or resembling weapons that the party has.
Oh.
As all of them have heard of your heroics from Melistianas as well. And they actually have been fanboying over you since you arrived. You just didn't know it. Rudy was the only one that they would have seen negatively, essentially. The rest of you have had stories from before you even met each other.
Mm.
And, you know, there's times with the mercenaries that both Emrys and Greg would have had, you know, of their great feats that they achieved, whether it was for good or evil. The strength that you have shown and the fact that you are helping them is enough. They respect all of you.
Oh.
And they all stand with their weapons brandished. And they start chanting, Rudy, Rudy.
Yeah.
And as Rudy stands, Marduk will place one single finger on the tip of his forehead. And Rudy will sort of let off this orange glow. And then it just disappears.
Hmm. As that happens, can I use my divine sense? Do I get like a celestial feel from him?
Yes.
Like he actually is a deity? Okay.
Yeah, this is
That's cool.
100% a deity. And not only do you realize this great red beast is a deity, you also feel a familiarity with him.
Oh, I think with that, Emrys definitely like confirms it for him in his brain.
And you also not only find that familiarity, but you recognize his voice, and you don't know why.
Hmm.
Almost like the voice has always been with you. No one else gets this, just Emrys, by the way.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
The same feel I get from Fizban.
No. They do have different voices. Fizban has more of an elderly cackle to his voice. He's very eccentric, very like upbeat. Whereas Marduk has this low, brash, very like serious tone about him.
Right. And I don't get that like nostalgic feeling I get from Fizban from him.
You get a very similar feeling. Like maybe you read about the two of them
Right.
in the same books.
Okay, good to know.
Yes. All right. So, knowing Marduk is the one that was going to give you your ticket to Avernus, knowing that he is asking Rudy to go on a trial, and knowing that Rudy now wants to go storm the fucking castle, what is the party's next move?
I say one last hurrah with him until he goes.
Yeah.
So let's fucking do this. Let's storm a
Let's
castle.
get that castle going.
Let's get our
Wonderful.
bitch.
Hell yeah.
Rudy, overcome with pride and this sense of surrealness that has just washed over him, you know, his own god has just blessed him with this divine power that he has no idea what it is. He simply knows that if he wants to unlock it truly, he has to go through trials and leave the party. He is going to be torn with that. But he is going to look around and sort of boldly just nod and let's do it. Let's do it for my mother.
For the mama.
Let's do it for freedom and for the rights of these people.
Banana.
And he is going to start marching from the corner of this tavern directly towards the entertainment district. And all the locals are going to follow suit. And they cheer and chant in a language none of you understand as they walk through the slums towards the district. And the people who are like apparently malnourished on the floor, and you know, they're all just like almost like they're already dead. These people are sort of doing their best to stand up, brandishing like pitchforks and all sorts of different things. Emrys, you're actually overcome with a sense of pride in this as well. and pretty much everyone, I think, except Dre would be, because Dre has no real sense of belonging with these people.
Does not care for it.
Doesn't give a shit, just wants to help Rudy and have a good
Just
time
thinks it's
killing
fun.
people while you do.
Hell fucking yeah.
Yes. So the rest of you feel this pride. You feel like this is a turning point for an entire city, like a civilization of people. They're all clambering together now to take back their home. And you all feel that like patriotism almost wash through you as you march with them.
I imagine Rudy is marching, not Rudy, Emrys is marching with Pef.
Yeah, the two of you side by side, weapons brandished and ready. You're just kind of along for the ride as far as Peth is concerned, though. He's sort of whispering to you under his breath, like, just how extreme is the case here? Like, what's going on?
How are we going to storm our castle? We need a plan. We can't just walk up to the gate, Pev.
Yeah, we fucking can.
Peth points at Marduk, who is side by side with Rudy, and just says, we don't need shit.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
And he's going to sort of nudge you and go, you know who that is? And he's getting like really excited.
I think I do. I get a strong presence from him.
A strong presence. My brother. My silly brother. Marduk is a dragon. He stands for law, freedom, and these people don't have much of that. We are doing our entire species justice, my friend.
Definitely. Like
And we got that guy to help us. And he's like really excited, like, look at this shit.
Yeah, it's like fangirling at this point.
Yeah, like he is starstruck. His normal, like, stoic, like, heroic sort of presence seems to have completely washed away as Marduk has arrived. It's almost like he is a kid again. Like, you two are back there before anything happened. Like, that's the sort of personality you're picking up from him at the moment. And you get this rush of, like, nostalgia, familiar feelings, and you sort of have faint, like, sensories where you can smell things cooking that you would have eaten with your family. You can remember like scraping knees on the floor while playing with, you know, your brothers, your sister, and Peth, and all their families. And all that is like rushing over you, and you get this like adrenaline almost. You can see that Peth is feeling it too. Like there's a bond between the two of you, like this was meant to happen.
It made me cry, dude.
So as you are all marching up, Dre, you get a similar nostalgia, but yours is a lot more tinged. Memories of a tree pass into your mind. And presently unspoken names sort of float through your mind as if being whispered in the wind. And you remember the reason you set out. And you remember what you had before you set out. And you remember that there is sometimes things worth fighting for. Nox and Nith, you just want to kill stuff.
Hell yeah.
Rug,
True.
you are filled with the feeling of complete empathy. Everything everyone in the party feels at this moment is overloading you. You are like taking the brunt of every single thought, feeling, and emotion that these people are all going through. So as you all make your way up this winding path, Greg, you are literally crying your eyes out at this point.
Oh
but
yeah,
you
I was already crying anyway.
Yeah, you were, but it's just getting worse and worse as this goes on. You are literally like bawling and sobbing. You are like sniffing and rubbing your nose, and you know. But as you look around you, all you feel is love. Love for your friends, love for the people you don't even know here. You know, there's just a total empathy about you where you can feel what you're fighting for. For the first time in your life, Grug, things make sense. This is not just Rudy getting revenge on an absent father. This is a revolution. This is a native people taking back their land and their home, thanks to the confidence and the power that you guys have shown. And for the first time, all of you feel like Quad Maverick truly could be a heroic group doing good for the world.
Oh my god.
Until now, it's all been selfish, just doing jobs for money and, you know, vengeance for Emrys and all that sort of thing. But as all this is like passing through all your minds, and you reach the metal gates in front of the castle, and Broderick is stood at the gate, just out of arm's reach, staring at Grug. And he is surrounded by a small militia that you recognize to members of the crowd from earlier, anyone who walked through the crowd after the theater. You recognize them to be in these armored, like almost military sets. And they've all got no weapons, which is very odd to you.
Mm.
And the gate is blown open by Marduk from the sheer force of his will. And as he walks through the gate, he just mutters under his breath, "Pathetic devil magic. Your contract is over, and you are leaving this place." Broderick just whimpers. You can see the scar on his face and the bruising, like he's still very fresh from what Grug did to him. And Rudy is going to step forward, holding his sword and his lute, sort of hand towards his back as if he's ready to just whip it out and, you know, bust out a spell. He's going to say, "Where is she?" And Broderick panically looks around and just sort of almost crying with fear is going to just look towards the ground where you guys know Elena is buried. And he's going to look back up at you all and say, "Get out of my town." Roll for initiative.
Oh my god.
Against the old man.
We're gonna beat the shit out of old man Jenkins.
Jump him.
Oh my Yankee.
I got an 18.
I got a
11.
20.
Okay.
11
Non
also.
nat.
Hey, shared initiative. Let's fucking go.
All right. I may ask you to repeat that. What was it, Grug 20?
20.
Gotcha. Was it Drow 18?
No, 18 for Nithrali.
Oh, gotcha. My bad.
No problem. And then it was 11 for me and thingamajig. My fault. I forgot your character name. There you go.
So you get your
Oh,
turn
wow.
at the same time. So Noxandra get, what was it, 11?
11,
Yes.
yeah.
Gotcha. And Emrys?
10.
Gotcha. Let me just do a roll. The entire militia that you're about to fight, as they move as one unit.
Cue montage.
They rolled an 8, so the militia themselves are actually going last.
How do they look afraid, or are they like
They look
wanna do
fucking
it?
terrified.
It should be.
Most of them are staring at Marduk, who is towering above them and has just blown open this impenetrable gate. Just with the sheer willpower of his mind. Like he has just cast it aside like it was paper. Marduk got a 23. And Broderick rolled in that one. So he goes last, no matter
That
what.
makes sense.
Right. Marduk goes first. I don't actually have a sheet to work off for this, so I'm going to flavor it on the spot. Feel free to call me out if something's a bit too far-fetched, but this is a god.
I'm sure it will be okay.
Okay, and this is going to feel like a meta fight. Like, I am 100% just disclaimer in here that this is not meant to be a challenging fight. Most of it is probably going to be done for you. This is simply for context and storyline reasons. Marduk, with a very simple, elegant sway of his left arm, pushes the entire left side of the militia flying back, not damaging them, but putting them out of range of any attack that they might want to make. And then with his right arm, it's going to do the same to the right side. And there's a cliff on their right side. And they all fly over the cliff and down to their deaths.
Oh, God.
And then he's just going to look at Broderick and go, your move.
Oh.
But it's not. It's Grog's move.
Get
Punch
fucked.
number 2.
Are they? Is Roderick in range?
Broderick is about 15 to 20 feet in front of you.
Still within range for me because I got 40
Within
foot.
range, no attack of opportunity would happen. You have free access to run up to this guy and just chop him into pieces.
Yeah, Greg is going to look at him and goes, seems I have to finish what I started.
Broderick,
And is
meeting eyes with you as you're saying this, you can literally see the lump forming in his pants. He is bricking it. He is terrified of what is marching on him right now.
Greg is going to slow walk up to give Rudy the opportunity to stop him. But ultimately is going to be drawing his sword.
Rudy does react to Grug walking up to Broderick, straight past Rudy. And he's simply going to say, do it for her.
And that is literally all of the acknowledgement that Greg needed. And I'm just going to take 2 swings with my great sword, my fire damage sword, to try and take his head off.
Wonderful. 2 swings, yeah?
Yep.
Okay, so roll 2 for hit.
The first one is a 15.
Mm-hmm. That hits.
The second one is a 27.
That definitely hits.
So I'll roll both damages.
Mm-hmm.
First one is 19.
Wonderful.
Second one is 18.
Gotcha. I did not roll initiate for Rudy. Hold on. Okie dokie. Right. So total damage.
One was a 19. One was a... What was the other one, guys?
18?
Okay. So 27.
Gotcha,
No,
gotcha.
37. 37.
Yeah, 37. Yeah. Okay.
Dang.
As you take these slices at Broderick and the now appearingly leather armor that he was wearing sort of just cuts open, like it falls away from him and he is wearing just his regular clothes underneath. The leather is sort of trailed off from him, like it's still attached at the legs, but you have just literally cut through the torso of this. And there are 2 gaping, burning, scorched wounds on his torso now. He is gritting his teeth in agony at this point already. Nith, your turn.
I'm gonna use Eldritch Blast on the bitch. Yeah, get his ass,
Yep.
fucking pussy.
So 2 rolls to hit, yeah?
Yep.
Go for it.
First is 21.
Hits.
The second is a 20. Not 20. Modified
Hits.
20.
Yeah, perfect. Both hit.
One is for 10 damage. The other is for 7.
Okie dokie, 17.
Yeah.
Yeah, so as these bolts both hit, they hit in like roughly the same sort of point on the torso. They just irritate in the burn cuts that Grug has just left. You can see him sort of like keeling over, crying into the dirt in pain. Rudy's turn. Rudy is going to walk very slowly and very confidently all the way up to Broderick. He's going to draw his sword, and he is going to say, "You no longer hold any power over any of these people." He raises his sword up high, bringing it crashing into the neck of Broderick, dealing the final blow and ultimately cutting off his father's own head.
Hell fucking yeah.
Let's go.
And as he does so, the head rolls towards the cliffside, not off the cliff. It's not rolling that far, but the body just sort of drops to its knees, leaning forward, and the sort of like point of gravity on the body is just holding it still. It is just very eerily just on its knees, almost as if the body is begging for forgiveness. And Rudy looks down into this body and says, "Kelwith is dead. Rudy is my name." And he turns to the militia on the left and says, "Don't you fucking forget it." And he just leaves. He just walks back.
I want to grab the head.
I want to kick the head off.
No, I'm grabbing the head. Fuck you.
The
I said
remaining militia,
It.
the remaining militia all kind of just like see what has just happened. You know, they look at Marduk after what he just did to literally half their numbers in one swoop. And they all just put down their armor. They take their helmets off and they all just bow to the lot of you.
Good. Good, good.
As you should.
And Marduk, looking at them, just says, "Don't you have another village to plunder?" And they all scamper away, leaving the entertainment district, ultimately grabbing their families and just moving instantly. They just run out into the fields. They all just bolt. Pure fear going through them. Marduk turns to face the party and says, "You have liberated a great people, formerly great people, who will find their strength again." And he points to the gang behind you that didn't even get a chance to use their pitchforks or crudely made halberd. He says, "They are forever in your debt. If ever you need a place to call home, to rest, even for just one night, or if you were wanting to settle after adventuring and fulfilling this destiny in front of you, you have a home here." And he says, "Thank you." And then he says, "I will meet you all back at the tavern." Not the tavern, sorry. I was meant to say the shipyard. He says, "I'll meet you all back at the dock, where I will give you your ability to fulfill this mission. I will leave now for you to," and he looks at Rudy and says, "Assuming you accept my offer." And Rudy nods as he's sort of like on the other side of the gate. "I accept. I just need a moment to speak with my mother. Once everyone's out, I'll tend to that. And then I will take part in these trials, I think. We'll see, though. It's a lot." And he sort of bows his head, waiting for everyone to speak their piece, shake their hands, and leave. Marduk ultimately does walk down towards the docks, where the Bahamut's Blessing, your ship, is, and where Fizban is probably still having a nap on the deck, and Vivix is currently scoffing her face full of all the food she could ever want.
Emrys goes right to Vivix, just nuzzling her. Oh my god, he needs it.
You haven't gone with Marduk yet.
Fuck.
But
Doing that in his head.
Marduk is going to the dock, just to wait for you all there while you say your goodbyes to Rudy. And Rudy is waiting at the gate to also speak with you all. The people of the slums who followed you up, all cheering and not really paying attention to the deeper conversation happening here. They don't realize that, Rudy is leaving. They definitely know who Marduk is. He is actually their deity as well, not just Rudy's. But they're all sort of like cheering, pointing at the body of Broderick and just like, "We did it, we're free." You can hear chants of like song almost as they celebrate, and they all sort of start entering random buildings and just taking shit and just feeding themselves, and they're essentially like
I want to do
pillaging.
that.
Yeah, Drow, feel free to join in.
I've
But
already
they're
took
all
the head.
yeah.
I want to know that head is mine. That head is mine.
Okay. It's Rudy is sort of looking at you holding the head of his father that looks a lot like him, and he's, what are you gonna do with that?
Sell it.
Okay.
Drow, you shock me.
Drow, this isn't a quest. I'm gonna miss you, idiots.
Group hug.
Can't miss it. We'll be around.
Yeah, Rudy is sort of laughing, but sort of like you can see tears rolling down his face as well. Like, this has been a very intense moment for him and all of you.
Who would have thought?
Right? But no, he is sort of like approaching the party, who are presumably all still in the same spots, more or less. And he is sort of making his way around, hugging you all, like
Greg is
telling
gonna.
you.
Greg will have walked off to the cliff and is just going to be sat on the edge of the cliff.
Conveniently enough, he was saving Emrys and Grug till last. He initially approaches Drow.
Oh,
Look, these. I know we saw me as some sort of leader, but we were never truly a team until this moment. You guys are Quad Maverick. I'm something completely different, apparently. And he sort of looks down at his body as he's like flexing his arms and like, I don't feel different. What did he touch me with?
His
Only Drow can actually hear this, by the way. It was his finger. But did you see the light come out of it? I was glowing. I was orange.
That was magical. Oh my god.
Bloody insane, I tell you. And he's sort of like gasping, but then he narrows his eyes to you and he says, I know there's a lot more to you than you give on to us. And just know that I see through some things. And I know that this team is definitely better off with you.
Well,
Treat them well. Don't steal too much.
Maybe.
And then he looks at Lawsuit, who is still by the gate, and just says, and I'm sorry I'm not your translator anymore, I guess.
I'll have to come back for some raptor lessons, I guess.
Suppose we will meet again. Marduk himself said it. Our paths will cross. Hopefully by then you'll speak raptor yourself.
I will scream at you in raptor, don't worry.
And then he sort of braces you for a hug.
And they will actually take it and kind of almost shed a tear.
Yeah, it's sort of an awkward, like, bro hug, if you will. He sort of pats you on the back as he's doing it, sort of like a firm grip on your shoulder as he leans back out. He's just take care of yourself.
Sure will.
And then he looks at Nox and Nith, who are, judging by positions for the fight, would actually be stood side by side, essentially. You all would have marched up in pairs in a line, which is fucking terrifying on Broderick's part.
Yeah. Together.
Who is now kneeling eternally, begging for forgiveness.
Yippee.
And he's going to address the two of you at the same time. Like, I barely know you two, but you seem bloody brilliant. And he's going to sort of meet eyes with Nith. I'm glad that we found you in that house, in that farmhouse, and no matter where they would have sent us, we would have been there as the group that I've come to love, and I'm thankful for you, my friend.
I'm so grateful that you saved me. But please take care of yourself and do have a good journey. We need you back in one piece.
I'll do my best. And then he looks at Nox and just, still not quite sure who you are, but you seem cool.
She's gonna nod and just say, you've done your deity proud, and that's something I respect. You've also brought justice to your people, and if we do meet again, I will look forward to it.
Maybe I will have learned a thing or two by then. We'll see. But thank you for accompanying my friends and ultimately giving them something to fight for. They seem to lose a lot of hope back there for a moment. And then he's going to just nod out of respect and approach Emrys. Scales,
Bard.
this is awkward.
It really is.
How you doing?
It's been a long day.
It has. It's
I
been
think
a.
it's only noon.
I think it's fucking bedtime, mate.
Mm-hmm.
But you've got a lot ahead of you. And couldn't help but notice the way you looked at Marduk. You know him. How?
In a way, I do.
Peth is stood with you at this point, by the way, still. And Peth is gonna pipe up with that. Yep, we know he fables from our childhood, and stories we would have heard of heroic deeds of his chosen, and then he looks at Rudy and of people like you. And Rudy's just like smugly smiling. He is still the cocky bad asshole after all.
Heroes.
And he's like, heroes, huh? Next time we meet, I'll probably be one. And he's sort of like, you can see him getting really cocky and sort of besides himself with it. But he looks back to Emrys and says, I never noticed how much in common we had. We both lost a lot in the past. And we both have something to fight for, and you helped me achieve that today. I just want to thank you. Emrys.
It's been an experience, knowing you.
An experience. Could say that.
It has been.
Do me a favor, give Vivix my love. I did always prefer her to you. And he just smiles like jokingly. And then you see like his expression completely change. He's very serious in his tone now, and he just says, but really, thank you. You showed me that life is about more than just myself. You fight for a cause, whether it be vengeance, whether it be justice, but you inspired me. Without what I've learned from you, and he points at like Emrys and then sort of gestures towards the others as well, and he says, I wouldn't have had the bravery, the confidence to do what we just did. To face the darkness of my past. And I only hope that I could have inspired you enough to do the same when the time calls.
Well, we always did consider you our leader, Rudy.
Well, you gotta find a new one now.
Me.
Well, I guess Grog will be ready for the test.
Rudy looks over at Grog and just... Does he know he stood next to the cliff? What if he falls? Someone better go get him.
I'm sat down. I'm not stood.
Okay, yeah. Still,
He's
he is
dangling.
still saying the same thing. He is terrified of the fact that you are on the edge of this cliff. It is a very, very long drop.
He'll be
Which,
fine.
actually, Grug could probably survive it. Narrowly.
I'm on just above half HP, mind.
Yeah, true. This whole situation would be a short rest for everyone, by the way. If
Oh,
you
great.
wish to take one.
Yes,
You will
please.
get a chance to a long rest in a moment as well. But yeah, he places his hand on Emrys' shoulder and he just says, look, I jest a lot, but I do respect you.
I know.
And he takes the hat that he sometimes wears and he places it on Emrys' head. On top of his helmet, by the way. And just says, look after this. I'm going to come back for it. I trust you. And he just pats him on the shoulder and walks away.
Oh,
You get the feeling that the hat actually doesn't mean anything to him and he's just drunk still.
That hat means the world to him right now.
Yeah. This is like a token of his gratitude for your friendship. He actually, by putting this on your head, it is actually within your like observation that this is like a big thing for him. So you respect it, and you actually will now cling to this hat. This is now a very special object to you.
Even if like tomorrow Rudy doesn't care about that hat, this is
Like
a
you could
gift
literally
to Emrys.
you could literally wake up after a long rest and Rudy's just there like tearing the fucking hat apart. Like
yeah. Like, this is special.
But ultimately he just nudges Peth and goes, look after him. He's a mess. And just walks towards Greg. And as he reaches Greg, he sits next to him, puts a hand on his shoulder, leans into him like to hug him, one-armed. And he's just gonna, hey buddy. And then he looks up at Bonk. Hey Bonk. How are you doing?
Grug is going to turn so Rudy can see his face, and he's just going to see it's in floods of tears. And he's just going to respond with, why does everyone leave me?
Oh my god.
Oh, Grog.
Big
Oh,
guy.
baby, why'd you have to do that?
Yeah, he takes a moment to like process what Grug has just said, and he realizes the implication that, Grug is left alone a lot in his life. And he says, I'm not leaving you. I'm going on an adventure that I need to do alone. I don't know how long it'll be, but I will be back. And he takes the loot from his back and he places it on Grug's lap and says, and I'll be expecting that to still be in one piece when I come and see you.
Grug is just going to hug the loot, like bursting into tears.
Bonk is going to do exactly the same. Rudy just goes in to sort of join the hug, not hugging the loot, but sort of just, holding Grug. Just, I'm going to miss you, buddy. But time can heal wounds and time can make things much better as well. It's not always bad with the way things move forward. You might lose people, you might not be able to save some, but ultimately new ones will show up and old ones might reappear too. And then he's going to sort of gesture to pick Bonk up from Grug and just sort of place him down between the two of them and say, I think your little friend here will take good care of you while I'm away. I'm going to miss you.
I'm gonna miss you, Rudy.
You see a single tear drop from Rudy's face. Now, if it's okay, buddy, I'm going to give the thing we tried another go. And he looks towards the remade grave that Elena is buried in. But I would like to be alone this time.
Yeah.
Thank you for
Greg
everything.
is going to nod and then just start crying into the loot.
Yeah. Rudy's just going to sort of pat him on the head as he stands back up, moves towards the grave, and just sort of nods to everyone as if to say, he's said his final piece and he is ready to be left alone. What would the party like to do?
Leave.
Emrys will go over to Grog and kind of lead him away, I suppose, giving him some comfort.
Yeah, and Thora just goes away as well.
As everyone is leaving, you hear Rudy humming sort of the same tune that anyone who went with him to the original memorial / grave would have heard. And you hear, are you there? And then as you look back, you see him smile. Hi, Mum. And it's all in your hands now.
Oh my god. Oh. Oh, I'm blurry eyed, what the fuck?
I'm generally
This is
tearing up
not
as well.
okay.
Emrys
I
is just
fully
like
got into
stroking,
character
like,
for this. I'm fully
Oh.
upset.
Emrys is just stroking Grog's shoulder, trying not to cry himself.
I'll give you guys a moment if you need one.
What the fuck? Why would you
Biting
do
his
this to
knuckle.
me?
The emotions.
D&D is gonna make you cry.
Yep.
Uh,
Look, I'm not gonna kill your characters on purpose, but I will make you fucking cry.
Because
This
of
is not
emotion. Emotional damage.
Well,
this is the most emotional damage.
outside, like out of character and out of the current session and stuff, Rudy is leaving the party, and I don't even know yet when you'll see him again. So I wanted to make this. I wanted to make the end of this act
Rudy.
a bit special because I feel like having Rudy as a party member was kind of metagaming, and I didn't want to do that. So he was always going to have this lesson from Marduk, and he was always going to do the trials, but I decided that he will do them alone.
Yeah, that makes the most sense, to be fair.
Was going to give the option for one person to go with him, but I feel like that would be kind of backwards, because then we would need one person to essentially play two characters that could meet, and that would be silly. So,
Yeah, that'd end up being Grug.
Yeah, it definitely would.
Grog and Bonk would have gone.
Yeah, I figured
You have lost
Greg and
track.
Bonk would have like snatched the opportunity to go and help Rudy where he needed it, but no. Marduk does want him to go alone. So you guys are having to go on
Fuck that
to
guy.
Act 3 as a 5. Quad Maverick is no longer 6 people.
Nah!
We're getting closer.
So yeah, as back into the session, because I know it is getting late for some of us. As the party walks away, and you do hear the confirmation that Rudy has now made contact with the spirit of his mother, you all get this overwhelming sense of joy and gratitude that things did turn out the way they did. Any magic-based character, you understanding how Speak with Dead works, also realize this means Rudy technically did not kill his mother at all. Everyone else, you can only assume that
I
the
think I
spell
would know
just
it.
worked. Yeah, Grug would know it because the details
Rudy
were
explained
explained
it to
by
me.
Rudy. So Grug, yeah, you especially are filled with this like overwhelming sense of pride and joy for Rudy, and
I would
know.
say Grug is crying his eyes out, but he was already doing that, so
yeah. Imagining Grug sort of settled down a bit, he's then going to realize that, and he's just going to start all over again. I burped as I said that. He's going to start all over again. So, like, the emotions are definitely still running high throughout the party. But there is a general sense of accomplishment, and you sort of, like, appreciate what has brought you all together. There's a lot of gravity to the situation you are now finding yourself in, as you are technically not a man down because Nox has joined you for this mission. There are still 5 of you, which there has been since Melis Dinas. And you set foot down the path, watching the locals still looting everything. Drow, you're probably just remembering there were shops that might have stuff left over. You might want to go steal some shit.
Oh, I go steal. It's my time.
In fact,
My time,
technically,
bitches.
at this point in time, all of the entertainment district residents have been run out of town. So anything left behind technically does not belong to anyone.
Fucking yeah.
So even if Emrys were to take something, it would not be a breach of your vow.
I was going to say he wouldn't steal, but
It's not stealing. No one owns these items anymore. And logically, you do process that, even with everything going on.
I'm running to the fucking weaponry store.
Back to the armory, the barracks.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Give me everything good. Everything
As
I'm
you
like, oh,
walk in-
shiny.
As you walk in through the bustling crowd of looters, who
Yeah.
have already more or less picked it dry, you do realize that there's a singular shield propped up on like a plaque on the wall. And it seems to be made out of this like bluish metal on the rim, and there's like a very brash wooden actual body to the shield. It's a very large shield as well.
Gimme. Give me.
Okie dokie. You're just going to take
Mine.
it?
Yes. Just mine.
As your hand rests upon the shield to take it off the wall, off this plaque, you notice on the other side of it, another hand.
Oh.
It's also grabbing a hold of it.
It's me, but in a different.
Spider-Man meme.
It's me.
And as you look over, you just see a human, very slim, very, very like bony looking, like they malnourished. You know, you can tell it's definitely one of the regular people from the slums. And you do wonder what use they would have for a shield. And you could definitely overpower them if they were to fight you back for it.
I'll take it. Fuck that guy. That's mine now.
You take it?
Yeah.
Okay, you don't even need to make a check. This guy is weak as fuck. This was simply a test of morality. As you take the shield,
Drow has any morality.
the guy's eyes lock with yours as you take the shield from the wall, and he does sort of like recognize you as the Drow that has been making their way around town doing all these great things, and he sort of respects it and he gives you a nod and just good luck on your adventures. I was just saving it for you. And he sort of
okay, pal.
he sort of like bows down, like almost like scared of you. But you can see there's also respect in his eyes as he leaves the shop.
Drow fucking loves respect. Now is wanting to loot even more.
And if you can find a mithril shield that you are proficient in, add it to your inventory, please.
I'm trying to think what Emrys would search for. I don't want to go for something crazy.
The armory is now completely devoid of stock.
Okay.
Okay,
So
there's no
armor is a-
mithril shield, but there is mithril like armor and stuff, and that's about it. So I'll
Yeah,
just add a custom item.
yeah, we can do what me and Celeste are going to do after the session, then we can just custom build you one.
Okay, I'm just gonna put mithril shield for now.
Yeah. Yeah, just make a note of anything we add, and we can always do it at the end of a session.
Yeah, there's nothing else for me to grab, I'm guessing.
No, that was the last item in the store.
No pretty dagger.
But you do remember something very specific about the time previously that you came here. And I will need you to roll an insight check.
Done. Oh my god, 17.
17, okay. So a 12 was a pass. You remember that while you were liberating the daggers from their shelves, that the shopkeeper at the time crouched below the desk to actually get a lockbox of money when he was sorting the money that you had given him that day.
Oh.
And you get a feeling that the last place someone is going to loot from is behind a desk.
That's true. That's true.
So you,
Fuck
if
yeah.
you would like to, could see
Hell
if the
yeah.
lockbox is still there.
Oh yeah, I want to see.
Okie dokie. You peek behind, and sure as shit, there is
Hell fucking
the same lockbox, and it doesn't even seem locked.
No
Like
way.
the hinge on it is just hanging loose, just swaying from the commotion, like the footsteps rumbling the very desk that it's on.
Oh.
It's still like, you know, swaying,
Oh,
sort of like from the
Yeah.
yeah. So that is free for you to just have a look at, I guess.
Mine. Everything in it's mine. Mine.
Would you like to open it, or would you like to put it away and get out of here?
I'm gonna put it away and get out of here.
Okie dokie.
I like broken boxes just as much as the next guy.
Right, Emrys, were you looking around for anything to partake in the looting for?
I'm not quite sure yet.
Okay,
So
well,
if I like, get back to you about
yeah, I'll describe what's around you, and then you can decide based on that in your own time.
Yeah.
But sort of, you do notice there's like a music shop. The armory is dead empty. You can see Dre walking out, just tucking the box into their like little satchel they have.
He's not surprised.
Definitely not surprised. You can
I
hear it
salute
jingling
him.
about, like you can tell there's money in it, and
Yeah.
you're very just typical. And as you're still sort of looking around trying to gather, you know, where you actually are, because this street is still quite unfamiliar to you. Yeah, it's mostly just music stores, entertainment areas. You know, this isn't necessarily a business district. It's more like, you know, if you wanted sex toys, for example, you could probably find some lying around.
Huh.
Hmm.
But there is a shop for specifically musical instruments,
Mhm.
and you do see scrolls in that same shop.
You don't say.
Mm.
Everywhere else, it seems to mostly be empty, 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 and then there's the occasional store that's like completely full of people all just eating all the food that's in there. These people have been starved for years. They barely are alive. So you're sort of
Yeah.
you see the justice in the situation, and that's sort of like maybe egging you
Yeah.
on even to join in and just take what you've earned. But yeah, ultimately you're just sort of content knowing that these people are finally getting the justice they deserve delivered to them.
Yeah.
What would you like to do?
Well, I think by now, if he did go with Grug, if Grug is taking some time, he would have gone for a little walk. Yeah, just taking in like what they've achieved today, I guess.
Yeah.
He notices Drow. He's just not surprised.
More
Every step they
reflecting on
take,
things, yeah.
they take 2 steps back, kind of. Yeah. If he's just walking through and he notices the scrolls, he's got a very strict code of like whatever can be helpful for his goal, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
So the scrolls might be what catches his eye the best
Dookie dookie.
or the most.
So are you gonna walk in and have a look at them, or
Yeah, he'll just go in,
okay?
just walking past the chaos of people going crazy.
Yeah, the residents of this area, they don't really have a use for these scrolls and instruments. They, you know, they look at the entertainment district in a sort of, this is what caused my problems. I don't want their entertainment, so they're gonna completely ignore that store. You have full range of it. There's a few things missing. Maybe people wanted to sell things on, or you know, that sort of thing. But ultimately, you're drawn to this sort of desk that's just absolutely covered in scrolls. They're all uniformed in what appears to be a wine bottle holder, so they're like single, like pigeonhole sections. And as you start looking through, you notice most of them are just sheet music,
Alright.
but there's one or two that have runic symbols in different colors around them. You don't understand what the runes mean, but you feel like maybe if you find the right person, they would know.
Yep. He'll take the scrolls and maybe one sheet of the music, possibly.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, so you get 3 scrolls, magic unknown, and you get 1 piece of music to potentially teach to a bard you might meet in your journeys, or
Yep.
you know, if you were to enter a tavern and request a song just to know, you know, what the song sounds like, you could.
Yeah, I think if that's all he really finds, he'll maybe look around for just. Is there any kind of instrument that would stick out to him? Like,
Not necessarily. Emrys's sort of experience with music is more what he would have seen from Rudy.
yeah,
So you
I
do
guess-
recognize the Rudy did have the lute that he has given to Grug now,
yeah.
and you do recognize flutes that Rudy would have played throughout your journey as well.
What is like the fanciest one he can see?
There is a solid black lute with gold trimming.
Oh yes.
Even the strings on it seem to glow with magnificence.
Okay, he's gonna like look around, like, so nobody can see him do this, and then he'll take it.
Yeah.
They take 1 step forward and 2
Like, it's
steps
not.
back.
It's not stealing. It's we've earned this.
It's not
you know?
easy. Yeah, okay.
As you
And then
pick it
he'll
up,
take it.
you hear the same voice in the back of your head. No ownership. Stop worrying.
Okay. that'll waver away his hesitation and he'll grab the loot.
Another thing that seems odd to you is that you seem to have a better connection with your deity now, with the deity that blessed you with this, vengeance oath
Papa.
that you have. Yes, Big
Big
Papa,
Papa B.
Big Papa B,
Mushroom
Big B.
Daddy.
Yeah. It's almost like you are physically closer to them than you've ever been, and also that the bond between you is bigger now and better. Like you've achieved something on their behalf and you're being rewarded with more of a conscious connection with them.
No vengeance.
Okay.
Yeah. But ultimately, yeah, they've essentially just given you their blessing. You can take this loot, but they do also give you the impression that this is all you should now take. Everything you have from this store is essentially, the rest is off limits because fair trade and all that,
I think
the rest of the slum people, the locals here, they should have their pick of things as well, is essentially the idea you get.
He'll take his leave then. He'll go back and find Grug and set the loot and the sheet down.
Yeah.
Now seeing that Grug is probably, I imagine, playing with or at least looking at the loot Rudy gave him.
Yeah, it's not hard for you to find Grug. He is still bawling his eyes out.
And he'll just say, I'll be honest, Grug, I don't understand anything on this sheet, but maybe in honor of Rudy, we could learn how to play together.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll play him a great song when he comes back, if we see him again. When we see him again.
If we see him again.
And Grug, when I mean. We'll play him the greatest song we know. It's probably going to be this one, but...
Right. Are we done looting, or would anyone else like to take part?
I want to also go to the music store.
Indeed.
Yeah, get your
loot on, girl. Yep. Again, the only things you really notice are the scrolls of sheet music and the several instruments ranging from battered and used to practically pristine.
Are there any loots that not loot? Yeah, no, lyre. I meant to say.
Okay.
Are there any lyres?
Many.
Or
essentially, in this scenario, I will say anything you can imagine is essentially on display, as this is the entertainment capital of the whole realm. Like, people come
Makes
from
sense.
all over just to see the musicians here, and this is where the musicians would get their best equipment.
Okay. I'd like to get like the best lyre that's there, if possible.
Mm-hmm. Okay, one catches your eye. That is sort of almost resemblant of your deity, the one that granted you your water powers in the first place. And it immediately catches your eye, and the strings are a very odd red color. Is Quadmath actually just about to become a band? By the way.
Next up is Drow. Drow is gonna
Nithrali is proficient in lyres.
Ah, so with your understanding of the instrument as well, you do recognize that this is crafted from Avernus. Some of the people that you may have known there, great craftsmanship has gone into this, and you could probably, when you do make it to Avernus, even find the creator of this if they're still around.
Nithrali's just looking at this like, this is an absolute masterpiece.
And sure as shit it is.
So yeah, I'll definitely take that.
Mm-hmm.
Yippee!
Right, you can absolutely add that to your inventory if you want to.
That's
Again,
cool.
any lyre would count there. You can flavor it as a custom item if you would like to. With anything based on the religion or history of Avernus.
Would Drow have seen this?
You've likely seen Emrys and Nith walk into this place and then walk out with instruments. Yeah.
Drow's jaw is just on the floor, like, I get blamed for this shit all the time. These two fuckers.
My god said it was okay.
every
Yeah,
time
your
you're
god
like,
said anything, okay?
every time your body is like moving as you're pointing at them and like yelling this, they hear the jingle of the lockbox in your pocket, in your satchel, even.
Yeah, I'm just
Why
thinking,
would they do
like,
this to me? What the hell is going on? Why would they do this? Why would you steal, huh? Why you steal
like
from
a
a pole?
loot goblin, just covered in chests and bags.
Oh, with a head on the belt, like Grug did before. Motherfucker has a head and also a lockbox. Just going, hey, stop stealing. Why would you do that? Why are you stealing from people, huh?
Don't forget the big ass shield,
Oh yeah,
which
my
is very
shield and then
clearly
the
on
other
display.
shield. My
Didn't
shield
you already
that I
steal a
stole
shield?
before, yeah, and then the
Same
second
shield.
shield.
The
I feel like they
dual-wielding
look
Yeah,
like
the,
turtle shells on their back.
Yeah, the first shield would have been a smaller, like more rounded one, I think it was.
Mhm.
And then this new one is like a great shield. It is like a full body coverage shield.
Yeah, so they've got them on their back.
Yeah, so essentially, if you were to wear the smaller shield as a hat, you are literally a
Oh my
turtle.
god. I'm a fucking turtle. Let's go.
The cleric
Crazy.
rogue turtle. Yeah.
Yeah, I need a new move that just says shell, and I just form my shields around myself, like fucking shields.
Like you are
Obviously.
a Roman army. Just
Hell
one
fucking
person.
yeah.
Like...
Advance. Hell fucking. Let's go.
Is there anything anyone else would like to do before you make your way to the next section? This is I will give you a warning, there's moments left of this session. There's not much else for you to do now.
I think I'm good. I'm just ready to go back to the ship whenever we can, I guess.
Marduk and
good to go to.
yeah, Marduk, Fizban, and Vivix, as far as you know, are all waiting there for you. You've just got a bunch of new shit, and you get the impression that they might judge you for taking shit, but you ultimately don't give a fuck. Except Emrys. Emrys is still sort of hesitant about the fact that he has taken something that he believes belongs to someone else.
Rook took
Big
nothing.
deal.
Yeah, Grug didn't take anything. And
Did we ever
Nox
check
hasn't
the castle?
either.
No.
What was it?
No stealing.
Did we ever check the castle, or we just like off limits?
I've essentially made it off limits, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Then yeah, I'll just
I
be
mean,
sitting
you could
for-
try it and I could flavor it to make it look like you failed something, but ultimately there is nothing that I have designed to be in there. And as far as improv goes, I don't know how I would do that. But if you do come back in future, I will have something written for it.
You'd have to go past a grieving Rudy, which I feel like is a little bit disrespectful.
Drow would probably do.
Yeah,
that,
he's
though.
Drow would be like,
currently
hey!
he's currently in a very deep conversation with his dead mother.
And then Drow
Yeah.
just walks past like, give me a sec.
Yeah,
A
yeah.
jingling keys.
Just passing through, don't worry about me. As you were.
Just
I'm-
like
Hi,
sidestepping
Elena.
around.
Like...
Coins.
Hi, sorry.
Clink,
Me
clink,
again.
clink. Right, so is there anything anyone else would like to do, or would you all like to move towards the docks now?
No, I'm
Well,
taking
dock,
my
singular.
pet lizard on a walk.
I'm good to move to the docks.
Yeah, Lawsuit is still in tow, by the way. Lawsuit is following you everywhere.
Yeah, I'm taking my pet lizard on a walk to the ship.
Lawsuit is completely like overloaded with sensory at this point as well. There are so many people like darting around shop to shop, like building to building. The raptor is literally just like darting back and forth, like, ooh, who the fuck are these guys?
Oh, baby. I am definitely like keeping him on a short leash, just to make sure.
Yeah.
For his safety and everyone else's as well.
Ultimately, Lawsuit, you could say, would have social anxiety at this point.
Oh, baby.
As
oh,
Lawsuit
no, we're running.
Lawsuit has lived most of his life in a cage. So
we are
even
running.
though you can tell Lawsuit isn't afraid of these people, like there's no reason to like run, as you say.
Yeah.
There is still that thing of like if you were approached, I think Lawsuit would react badly.
Oh. Yeah, we're speed walking.
Yeah, just a swift like move toward the dock. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Right. Is that everyone moving towards the dock then?
Yes.
The way I was looking at
Yeah.
it is that Greg is just really upset and just slowly walking towards the docks while everyone else is looting.
Yeah, essentially autopiloting. So Grug is in slow motion as everyone else is darting around him, and he's just sort of getting there at the same time that everyone regroups. Almost
Yeah.
like perfectly in time, and then, yep, so you're all at the entrance to the docks. The tunnel lies ahead of you, and you are expecting to walk through the tunnel to see, obviously, the ship, Fizban, Marduk, and Vivix.
Yeah.
What would you like to do? Would you like to make your way through? Or would you like to take one last look at the chaos that you have sown?
Well, guys, don't look at explosions. Let's fucking go.
True.
Don't look back.
Gotcha.
Go.
So, with
Greg
everything,
will look back, but
Yep.
not at the people or the things. He's specifically trying to look where he last saw Rudy.
Rudy would be out of sight at this point as the
Oh
street
yeah, no,
does
he
wind.
knows.
But like, yeah, you can look in the general direction and sort of, your thoughts are with him at this time, and that's what you're concentrating on as you're holding this loot dearly into your chest. Yeah, ultimately, you do make your way back through the tunnel, and sure as hell, you see Marduk stood just off the ramp, not actually on the ship yet, but he is like sort of arms crossed, looking at it with a look of pride on his face. And he turns to you as you approach through the tunnel. He says, you made it. Took your time coming down the hill. Is your companion, is the bard okay?
We don't mention him. We don't mention him. Because like point out Grog like, it's me, I'm the Rudy, eh?
He's sort of, okay. And he just, you do notice straight off the bat, as you're talking to Marduk about this, that Fizban is nowhere in sight. He's just disappeared, which isn't out of character for him, as he did get to Fairwater before you guys even did, and you had the boat, which literally took you through time itself to get there. But Marduk is going to sort of turn back to the ship, and no, you needed traversal. I was told by Heath, who has followed you this far, by the way. He wasn't paying attention to what Emrys was doing in the music shop, don't worry. He was sort of just trudging along with Grug.
Okay.
And Marduk points at Heath and just, you were looking for traversal to Avernus, yes? The hells you're going to. And then he looks at the two tiefling warlocks and says, don't you have a way back?
Um, I guess I'm guessing Nox is able to like summon or make a communication with
So
Bale.
that was quite literally just a joke meant to put the two of you on the spot to get you to say Nith, you were actually taken from your home, which is what got you into this mess in the first place. So you do not have anything that would get you back. Nox, you have what you would know as a ticket out. You have a small orb within your bag of holding. It glows a sort of red color, and if you were to break it on the ground, you would then be essentially swallowed up by a portal and sent back. But
Cute.
you are also aware that it only transports one person, and you have an entire group with you.
Oh,
So if you were to explain that to Marduk, he would then understand your situation.
okay. I will explain to him.
Okay. And then he smiles and says, I know. And he'll turn
Oh.
towards the ship, stretch his arms out sort of wide at his sides, and then he's going to just walk on board. And as he does, you notice he seems to more be resembling someone else that looks familiar to you. But more on that if you decide to investigate that after this. He walks directly to the front of the ship, places his hand directly out in front of him, flat, like fingers outstretched, hums something very deep, and you don't understand the language this comes from. Emrys, you do pick up the tone of it as being a draconic form of speak.
Mm.
I would pick that up too.
It's specifically a very ancient form of draconic that Nox might not have learned about, as you speak just the regular, like
New
modernized
age.
version. Yeah,
New
essentially.
age.
Essentially, if
Down
if
with the
you were
kids.
to speak in the modern like dragon's language, you would understand it, or if he were to speak dragonborn. But this is a very ancient language that Emrys would have heard maybe in song as a child.
Right.
It would have been to accompany the stories of Marduk, Fizban, and all of the draconic deities and all those linked. So you do recognize the tune itself, but sort of you can't quite place it. And as he does this, the ship sort of starts to levitate up out of the water. And you notice the silver dragon figurehead at the front. The eyes and the mouth glow an orange color.
Oh my god, I love this ship.
And the ship slowly goes back down to the surface of the water. And then he just happily strolls back to you and goes, "There you go. I updated your map. You made it here. I can only assume you know how the ship works." And he's addressing the whole party with this, except for Nox, who has not been on the ship yet. Also, Nox, this is your first time seeing the ship. It is a very draconic looking ship. The front figurehead, like I said, is a silver dragon. You can roll a history or religion check if you want to try and identify if you know which dragon it is or not. The sails are styled in a way that looks like dragon wings. They're like a black leather. The wood of the ship it appears burnt, but you can tell that it holds strong and steady. And the ship itself seems to almost be alive with an energy as you look upon it.
Ooh. Yeah, can I roll a history?
Yeah, go for it. Oh, it's also very odd to everyone that there is actually technically no writing on the side of the ship to name it, but when you did find the name for it, I think it was Fizban that told you it was Bahamut's Blessing, correct?
Yeah.
Good. Just making sure I got my notes right. While you do that
I got
history
a
check.
9.
A 9. Okay, you do not recognize what dragon this is, but you do know that silver dragons are pretty cool. And
Just nodding.
you
looking
are
at it.
excited to go on this adventure aboard the ship. Like you feel like a part of something, and that is essentially all you get from that.
Cute.
Emrys,
Yes.
roll perception.
Shit. Okay, it's not bad. 17.
17, that's perfect. As Marduk is now telling you, you can now traverse to where you need to be. The map is updated. He asked you, you know how the ship works. All of you, I assume, have nodded. Like, you can traverse by speaking the name of the place on the map.
Yeah.
You finally can pinpoint where you know this guy's voice from.
Ooh.
It comes to you every night in your sleep. And it is the voice that has accompanied you as your guide throughout this adventure.
And this is coming from Marduk, you said?
This is coming from Marduk, yes.
Oh my god.
Now, what you will do with that information is completely up to you. There's no more checks to make.
Yep.
But you do kind of latch onto that. You know now that this is definitely a familiar being. And you realize when Rudy said that the two of you are not so different in ways, that you realize he actually figured something out before you did.
Oh.
And you are now starting to get the cogs turn and like piecing things together.
Yeah. My god.
Right. As I said, Fizban has disappeared. Marduk has just given you access to Avernus. Marduk sort of lets the very stern look fade from his face, and you actually find this quite odd in itself, as he is very, intimidating. So to see him now rest and just look jolly, almost, stands out to you. He's just gonna sort of start chuckling to himself and just thank you all for accepting this adventure from Fizban. I'm glad to have such honorable soldiers and warriors fight on behalf of such a dangerous and necessary evil. You when you get to Avernus, I will not be able to come with you. He looks at Peth, looks at Nox, and everyone else, and just says, but all of you will be together through this. I must watch over, and he sort of just clears his throat after what you said about Ixnay on the Rudesnay. I will watch over your friend while he fulfills the trials I have in place for him. There's an entire adventure of his own that he's going to take. And he sort of just bows his head for a moment, showing that he respects that you guys, were close and maybe you'll miss Rudy. And he says, but don't worry. He will be in one piece when you do cross paths again. I will make sure of that. And that would technically bring us to the end, but there is a tiny little detail I've just remembered I didn't tell you earlier.
Oh.
Marduk actually has another bit of information for you.
No.
Before you carry on this, you do realize it was not as urgent as you felt it was. I always knew where to find you. And he sort of lets out a laugh. It was just convenient that you brought your friend back to, where he had unfinished business. If you were to return to Glendule or Melistinas, you can collect several rewards, and you can further improve your armory. Stock up on your equipment, supplies. You are going to need them.
Oh,
There's a small fella, Melistinas, Damon, who has something for you. Visit him at your own leisure. The army marching on Avernus is closer than I care to have allowed. But you do have time. Everyone, make a perception check.
Ooh.
Grug got a 21.
Perfect.
I got a
And
14.
I got a 21 as well.
Okay.
13.
Okay.
Perception, was it?
Mm-hmm.
Let's go.
Specifically, Emrys, roll with advantage.
Oh, okay. 18.
Okay. So the final number, 18, yeah?
Yeah, I got a 16 and an 18.
Perfect. Who got below a 15?
Me.
And Nox as well, right? I think Nox had a
Yeah.
13. Okay. So Grug and Emrys both start to see features of Marduk that are comparable to someone else that you have met on this adventure.
I got a 21 as well. Do I see
Oh,
the-
you did get a 21. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so I knew. All three of you sort of, in fact, you got over a 20, so a little bit of extra info for you. Grug also got a 21, yeah?
Mhm.
Okay, so the two of you get a bit more info than Emrys, which is weird.
I'm in awe right now.
Yeah, Emrys specifically, though, as you are sort of still piecing together, like, why does this deity sound like my deity that visits me and gave me this power that I have? You are sort of starting to piece things together, and you do remember that some deities like to take the forms of other beings in order to visit the mortal plane. It is only a theory that you have, though. Grug and Drow, you notice that specifically this big red beast has the same facial structure as Fizban. Do with the information what you want. I can only assume no one has anything to do with the info.
Can you repeat that? Sorry, my brain short
Okay,
circuit.
so basically, as you're now looking at Marduk and he is talking to you about things, you put like similarities between his facial structure, like his features look very similar to Fizban.
Okay. So
And you
he's a
have
mob.
and you have also noticed that Fizban has disappeared the moment Marduk has showed up.
Okay.
Oh.
So he's a magical son of a bitch.
He's a god.
Yeah, who could have saw that coming?
Right? Crazy.
What? He gave us a magical ship that gives us anything we want. Anyone could do
Lady,
that.
can I have the light orb, please?
Pass it
Marduk.
over.
As Grug says this, Marduk holds out his hand and conjures the same orb of light that Fizban conjured earlier in the act.
Is he going to let me grab it?
No. He's going to do the exact same play he did as Fizban, and he's going to make it so you can't actually touch it.
Browser's gonna point like a fucking pog face and be like, "Oh, your Fizban." Just kind of piece it together in their very slow mind.
Yep. So, Emrys, what is your reaction based on that information?
Yeah, Emrys is like, what? How have I not
Like,
figured
what
this out
the
yet?
fuck?
Oh, Chev.
Dragon.
Yeah. And sure as fuck, Marduk catches fire. You don't feel heat from it. There's nothing to it. It's a very like bluey, silvery sort of light color to this fire, which contrasts against the purple torches in this dock. And stood in his place as the fire recedes back is indeed Fizban. And he just is giggling to himself and just took you long enough to figure that one out, didn't it?
It's like a look of you slide dog, you goddamn.
It drives like, haha. Anyways,
Anyway, moving on.
screw that guy.
As he's sort of chuckling to himself, Emrys, you notice his eyes lock with your own. And you hear the voice in your head once more say, "But we're not done yet. There is more to do." And with that, he waves off to the party and says, "Good luck," like I said, or like he said, and then sort of crossing his fingers over, he's like, Marduk is, which one am I again?
Fizduke.
Fizduke. I cannot go with you. So, bye. And he just vanishes in a cloud of purple and silver smoke.
So just like off table, right? Is that like, that's Bahamut then?
I cannot give you any information without a logical roll.
Just trying to remember what Emrys pieced together during that, if he would have come to that conclusion. I'll think about it.
Wonderful. you could always do a check next session for it. But as of now, if you were to investigate the map, you will sure as hell find Avernus written on it in the same way as every other name on there. And if you were to speak it, you would go to Avernus. But you do also have the option to go and collect the bounty for the elf head and go and visit Damon in Melistinus.
Right now, I just want Vivix. I'm over at Vivix.
My baby girl.
I need my comfort animal.
Yeah, if you were to, you could go onto the ship and just check on Vivix, do your thing. It's like no time has passed for Vivix, which is quite odd to you.
Yeah.
She's just contentedly sat there, just chowing down, eating food, been doing naps. Not that much time has passed since you left the ship. In fact, it's only been a day and a half, maybe.
Yeah.
I'm just trauma dumping on my dog right now, basically.
Yeah, pretty much.
Sat there
Do we
like a
have-
fucking therapist.
Hmm.
Do we have our own rooms on the ship?
If you need them, yes.
Oh wow, it's a big ship.
It supplies everything the quote-unquote owners need.
What kind of size does it give off? Is it like a galleon or is it like a small kind of?
Kind of like almost like a sloop in
That's what I
size,
imagined. Yeah.
but just a little bit bigger.
Okay.
Well, Grug, who initially, when he boarded the ship, went straight for the captain's wheel, is just going to slink off to his room.
Okie dokie.
His room?
As you walk down the stairs that last led the party to the map room, you find yourself just in a room that has everything you would find comfortable to live in, and just vibrating and be sad about your friend leaving for a bit.
Grug.
Group. So yeah, that is available to any character that would want it. And while you are spending time in the room or even just on the ship in general, you do technically take a long rest if in game you spend more than an hour on the ship.
Yep. Emrys will.
I mean, I
Yeah,
guess
I
it
will as
depends
well.
how. Well, I'm going to take a long rest if everyone else is. 'cause
I
that was
also
kind of
will.
And that would then lead the party to decide what they want to do first.
I feel like we're running out of time on that bounty on that head. We need to.
Yeah, I think it's
Yeah.
starting to stink at
I
this rate.
just thought I should have sold the head already. Fuck.
Who are you going to
was
sell a
gonna-
head to?
The people
Oh, yeah, you
that
still
want
have
it
Broderick's
on their
head, fuck.
mantelpiece.
We have 2 heads to take.
Yeah, you have
Yeah, but
you have a half rotten head in a bag of holding that Nox has, and you have Rudy's father's head, which looks like an older version of Rudy that you are literally just carrying around with you.
Yeah, it's my favorite thing right now.
Oh my God,
It reminds me of him.
Oh my
yeah, that's what
God.
keep it away from Grug.
Yeah, I think that's a good
Shrine
idea.
Rudy.
Oh God.
I kind of wanted to sell it to the peoples.
I mean, you still can, I guess.
What, the people of the slums? Or...
Yeah,
They don't have money.
Taxidermy, I
highest
guess.
bidder,
Taxidermy.
highest bidder. You know who
yeah.
doesn't want the head of the person that we murdered on their mantelpiece? If they have a mantelpiece.
If they can bid with any money whatsoever.
No, they can bid with items. This is a fucking auction.
Guys, we've got bits 5.
The has the ship set off or no?
No, you haven't
don't-
given it a destination.
Yeah, I don't want to make the session go on for too long. So whoever needs to go, I'll just do my little bidding thing afterwards.
Emrys is done for now.
Okay.
Inspecting the loot with Vivix.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't need nothing to do either.
I imagine Nith is just kind of chilling, playing the lyre on the deck or something.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Greg is in his room crying into the loot that Rudy
I
gave
want to
him.
check on Grug, but I think I'll do that next time.
You can't.
there no next time?
There is no next time.
There is a next time, but you cannot physically get to the room that Grug is in.
Right, okay then, yeah. I guess Emrys would have tried and then just couldn't find it. So
Like
just
if you
gone back to
tried,
this-
yeah, if you tried following him down the stairs, it would have either led to the map room or a room of your own.
Right, I guess, yeah, he would have, after trying, he would have just gone back to Vivex and started trying the loot.
Mm-hmm. So if you actually want to try and play the loot,
Mm.
you would have to roll performance.
It's like someone who's never held an instrument before, just plucking it.
Yeah,
for the
you
first time.
if you get a good roll, you are
Okay.
literally just playing based on what you've seen Rudy do.
I have a +3 to performance, goddamn. Okay.
It's not bad actually.
9. That's not great.
Okay, you do know a few basic chords. You can play through a scale or two after watching, Rudy for so many months, maybe even years at this point.
Mm.
And you do sort of remember a few spells that he cast with it. But if you do mimic them, the same magic doesn't appeal to you. Like it doesn't apply.
Okay.
Yeah. It's just a reminiscent sound for you that you can enjoy because you can mimic it from your experience.
Makes me think of Rudy.
Yeah. It's like your own little reminder,
As I'm wearing the hat, stealing his identity.
Yeah, the hat is still on top of your helmet, by the way. You look like a
Yeah.
dick.
Yeah, I do. But Rudy made me look this way, so it's special.
Is there anything anyone would like to do to just close the session up? This could be your last chance for a little while to be in Fairwater. So if anyone does need to leave the session, I will consider it that you are taking your long rest on the ship. Anyone who wants to do anything in Fairwater, we can just stay in the call and I'll keep recording.
Does
Yeah,
Emrys know
I'm
if... Oh, sorry.
No, go on.
Does he know if Peth is staying in Fairwater or not?
Peth is going with you, as Peth
Okay.
hired you to go to Avernus with him.
Right, okay. Yeah, I guess he doesn't need to close up anything with Peth.
No, he's a temporary companion.
We kiss.
We smash.
All right.
Just a fucking Mass Effect thing that we bang, okay?
Yeah.
We all know that was coming.
But yeah,
They just go off and fuck.
Peth is actually stood at the front of the ship where Marduk / Fizban disappeared from, and he is sort of just looking at the space where he was, just trying to contemplate everything.
Yeah,
And you can see he's kind of just bewildered and kind of lost.
I'm with you there, but oh god then.
I think Grug would try and play the loot, but not really know what he's doing.
You can roll performance, but you are also alone, so it will not affect anything around you.
No, I don't want it to. This is for Grug's sake.
Okay, yeah, go for it. Still roll performance, so I know what
Oh my
happens.
god, I got a nat 20.
You got a nat 20.
Oh, yes, lad. let's
Okay.
go.
I'm really. Can I share the screen just to prove that I got a nat 20?
Please
on it?
don't, please don't. It'll
I won't.
Yeah.
I won't. But I
screenshot it, absolutely screenshot it and post it in the
I don't fucking know how to
character section.
screenshot
There.
on this. How do you screenshot?
All right. So as Grug is sat, just solemnly remembering all the times that him and Rudy have had together, and Rudy then ultimately deciding he is going to become the chosen for this god that you have just met. You sat there and you're sort of like trying to almost summon him in your own way by just playing the music that you remember him playing. And to not even your own knowledge, you seem to remember every song he's ever compiled. And as you start playing through, the strings begin to glow. And you feel healthier. You have just cast Healing Word on yourself.
God, Grug.
Immediately, Grug feels like maybe it's Rudy has left his magic in the loot for you to use. but you don't actually know what's going on. Like, it's just your decision to make how you interpret that. But you get the impression that after doing this, you've just proven to yourself that you can do some of the things that Rudy could do after forming such an empathetic bond with him. That
That's
is
so cute.
that is what I have for a nat 20. Anything below that would literally have just been that you remember the music he played and it would have played. But the nat 20, you've just literally become a bad. You're a barbarian now.
Whoa.
Barbarian.
Barbarian.
You're a barbarian.
Oh my
Hey,
God.
yo.
Grog, I love you. Jesus.
Grog's nat 20s are perfect.
They're always
They're always-
Excellent
Yeah.
timing.
They're
Apart
always
from
really
the
good
fucking-
timing.
Apart from the hit on Horus, like they've all been for stupid shit though.
Yeah, like trying to
why they're perfect.
trying to stealth your way back to Rudy when you had gone into town,
Oh my God.
and having that vial just literally turn you invisible and take away all of your audio. Like no one can see or hear you. Like they just don't perceive you at all.
Mhm.
And now you've literally just become a fucking bad because you rolled a nat 20.
I think I'm gonna have to take a level in Bard next time we level up.
You do not have to.
Oh shit.
You quite simply have access to Rudy's healing spells, Speak with Dead, and there was another one I wanted to give you for that. Hold on. Vicious Mockery.
Nice.
Yeah, fucking yeah.
And as this is through empathy, what is your strongest stat out of int, wisdom, or charisma?
Well, charisma with a +1. The other's a -1.
So charisma is your casting stat. It is your focus. And you must use this specific loot in order to cast.
This loot ain't going anywhere. This is my baby.
Right?
I will kill anyone for it.
Oh wait,
It
that
was
was the
nice
other one.
until
That
you
was the
said
other
you
one.
killed
So it's there's 4 spells you get from this. Speak with Dead, Speak with Animals, Healing Word, and the other one I said that I've already done, Vicious Mockery.
Speak with dead, speak with animals, healing word, and vicious mockery.
It's Healing Word at level 1, so it's 1d4 plus your charisma modifier. So 1d4 plus 1. It affects anyone within a 60-foot range of your choosing, or any allies within 60 feet even. Speak with Animals and Speak with Dead you can only cast for yourself, or for Speak with Dead on the one dead person. And Vicious Mockery affects any enemy of your choice within 60 foot and does 2d4 of damage.
Jesus, Grog.
Like your regular attacks are still your best, but you have some more options now for some reason.
I would do it in memory of Rudy.
Yeah. I mean,
do
you
it
are
for
now
him.
a healer. You can heal people with 4 first level slots. As you have essentially just learned something that Rudy had access to, that he had sort of left a magical imprint on this loot with when he became Marduk's Chosen. So yeah, he's essentially passed the loot and some of his own magic onto Rug now.
Beautiful.
I want to cry.
Which means, which now means not only is Grug the translator for Bonk, but he is also the translator for Lawsuit,
Lawsuit!
if he so chooses. You do not have to disclose the information you have been given with the actual characters in the party.
Okay. Oh my god.
This episode, bro.
A lot has happened, fucking hell. It is 12:05 though, so anyone who is working early tomorrow may want to go to bed.
Oh my gosh, let's fucking go.
Oh, sick. How about you, Squish? How are you doing?
I have no work. I'm free.
Oh fucking yeah.
Oh, fuck yeah. In that case, everyone fucking crack on to whatever the hell you want to do.
And what's on my head?
This is absolutely, there is nothing planned. You simply have the options of checking out places in Fairwater, going to hand in the head for the prize. Was it Grendial we called it? I can't remember. Where the
Yeah,
prequel
Grendial.
started. Yeah, Grendial. It was actually Dead that named it. Or you could go back to Melestinas to go see Damon and see how the city is doing. It's been a few days, you know, people have, no, I'd say it's been a few days. It's been a few weeks, actually, as the travel itself took about 3-4 days, I think. And you've been in Fairwater for a day and a half, so that's like 5 days you've been away. Trying to piece it together in my head now. Time travel sucks, man.
I know, right?
So yeah, you could do any of those 3 things. Or you could say fuck it and just go to Avernus.
I want to sell head. I
Yeah,
want
we'll
to give
go sell
head.
Okie dokie.
I meant the head that I have.
You want to sell Broderick's head?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna be like,
What the
hold on a minute, guys.
Where are you gonna go to sell it?
I have a whole thing I'm imagining for this. Okay. So I'm like, I'll be right back, guys. And then I'm just gonna bolt. If my lawsuit follows me, he can follow me. I don't care. I need backup. I'm gonna go like right to the town center where everyone's looting and just like whistle as loud as I can, and then hold the head up and be like, "Anyone want this?"
You took the hour-long rest, right?
Yeah.
Okie dokie. So after the bit of time you've been away from everything, it's kind of dying down, but there are still people sort of like spreading the slum camp into the entertainment district and ultimately taking the land for themselves once again.
I go where the most people are, wherever that
They're
is.
sort of dotted around in like broader groups now.
Mhm.
So there's a lot of space between small groups. But as you walk out with the head, all of the ones within maybe a 10-foot radius, which is still quite a bit, there's probably, give or take, about 6-7 people there that just all look at you. And then they just look at you like, what the fuck?
It's the head of Roderick.
They all cheer, which attracts the attention of more from around them. And after a few seconds, you have this group around you, all lifting up loot that they have got from the stores, which is mostly small bags of gold, maybe a few silver coins here and there, nothing major. Everything else seems to have been taken away from the district. So there's no like weapons or anything like that being thrown up, except for the crudely made ones from the people that were in the tavern.
A pitchfork.
Yeah, like the occasional pitchfork is in the air. There's like a torch burning, even though it's the middle of the day.
Is this them like offering trade kind of thing, or is this?
This
just
is them,
being,
yeah,
like,
lifting
"Good
up their
job"?
offerings for the head.
Oh, okay.
But they are also cheering you on as you're doing this.
Is there anything that would catch a drow's eye that's being held up, like a bigger bag?
The biggest you would probably, with your, for use of for lack of a better term, with your educated eyes, the most you'll see in one bag or one hand in the air is probably about 100 gold.
Yeah.
The smallest literally being an empty hand, just in the air.
They're just like, give it.
They're just like cheering on, just, I'll take it.
Take that off your hand. I'm gonna. How close is the 100 gold to my drooling face?
They're all sort of tightly packed, so if you were to reach over, most of these people are around the same height as you. They're all between like 5'3" to 5'8".
I found my people.
So you are literally the medium of all those heights. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll
if you were to reach over and grab the bag, you could easily snatch it out of their hands and trade the head for it. Of course.
Oh damn it! I thought you meant like take it and run.
No, you're not doing that this time. There's too many of them. Even though they are weaker than you, they would overpower you.
Yeah, that makes sense. There's a lot of them. Yeah. I'll take the gold and the 100 gold and give him the head and be like, that guy's got the head.
Yep. As you lean over and do this trade, a few of them at the front have sort of got underneath you as you lean forward, and they're lifting you in the air, and they're sort of like parading you now around the entrance to the entertainment district, all cheering, and they're all like, what? A few of them are like grasping at you, just like, "What's your name? We need to cheer you on. We need to remember this."
Know my name. Drawathy.
And they all, in unison, but like very out of tune to each other, are just Drawathy, Drawathy.
Did Lawsuit follow me on him?
Lawsuit is following, yes. Also sort of bouncing up and down to the tune that they are chanting.
My baby. And someone give that velociraptor some food. Just like point to him. Like, that's Lawsuit, that's my baby.
The raptor licking its mouth and staring into the crowd, waiting for food. They look terrified at first, but then realizing that, you know, you are with the raptor, that they sort of go at ease a bit, but still kind of nervous. One of the crowd will pop out and just like lay just a bit of meat on the ground in front of it that it got from like a nearby butcher.
Aww.
And Lawsuit will quite happily gobble that up.
Yay.
Lawsuit is going to put on a lot of weight with all the food you demand for it, by the way.
That's okay. I love him. He'd be a pudgy little thing. It's fine.
Hell yeah. You're going to ride it into battle. I love it.
I will. I'm going to train it until I can ride it. And it will be my mount. My noble steed.
Yeah, so...
We need a leash when I could just be like, yeah!
So Drow is currently being paraded around the entrance of the entertainment district. No matter whether you want to get down from this or not, you find no conceivable way to get from above this crowd. They are just parading you around, just cheering you on, and they're just singing full of joy.
I point them towards the dock. We go that way.
They sort of like carry you and then gently place you back on the ground as you reach the tunnel. And they're all just like waiting for you to say something.
We'll be back.
They all cheer.
Yeah. I love my fans. I should have started giving out signatures. They could have sold them.
Yeah, as you're, looking onto the adoring fans, you do see Fizban and Rudy just making their way down. And you can only assume that Fizban has confessed his true identity as being also Marduk to Rudy. You can see they're very deep in conversation. Rudy is nodding at things Fizban is saying, just like almost taking mental notes. You can see he does see you, and he does sort of wave and like sort of bow his head to you in respect, but ultimately he has said his goodbyes and he is ready to be on his way to these trials that he's been given.
They just wave and carry on getting paraded away.
Yeah. This crowd around you just seeing you off now into the tunnel.
I'm waving towards the
dock. All of them waving in unison. Yeah, you do notice Rudy is actually headed towards the slums again. And you can either figure he would be going back to the tavern to see the bartender, maybe earn his place back in his own society before he leaves, or you imagine he would be making his way through the slums to then set off to these trials.
Okay, cool. Also, I want to open my lockbox once I'm on the ship.
Indeed.
With my baby.
So as you open it, there's barely any money in it. Like 3 or 4 gold coins. You imagine it was probably emptied out hurriedly by the shopkeep as he left.
Yeah.
But there is a ring with a golden band and a red jewel on it.
Ooh. So, I'll add 4 gold to my inventory.
Indeed. Let me just double check what the ring was going to be because I've forgotten.
That's really cool because now I have 440 gold. Fuck you guys. I got 10 gold. I got
Goes with 10
11.
gold.
It's alright, you won't need it.
Pocket money, please.
You're all lining up like, please, sir, please.
The coin.
The coin, please.
That's my ultimate sugar daddy, please. I need
Right.
the coin.
If you would
Some
like,
coin.
if you would like, you can add a ring of mind shielding to your inventory,
Ring.
which prevents any other creature from using magic to enter your mind and read your thoughts while
Hell
being
yeah.
worn. And you
They
can
put
absolutely
that
put it on
right
whenever
on.
you want. Yeah.
Yeah, they just put this straight on. It's
Okay.
like, ooh.
So we now consider Drow to be immune to telepathy.
I am just so cool. You guys would
Lovely.
never understand.
There is nothing else of note in the box. There's a few like scribbled receipts and that sort of thing. Nothing that you see as valuable. So
Oh my god, I love
You-
receipts.
you do
Sorry.
you do realize that the box itself seems to have a gold trimming, which means the box itself might be worth selling.
Ooh, yeah, I'm keeping it.
But apart from that, there is nothing else inside it that would be useful to you.
So I just put gold trimmed box in my inventory.
Yeah, yeah. If there's a way to add a worth to it, put like 15 gold.
Ooh. Okay, I'll do that. Okay, that's me done.
Okie dokie. Anyone else like to do anything before you set sail?
No,
I'm good.
no, not really.
I will be right back.
I imagine Grug is just essentially still sad in his room, but kind of like playing the lute, trying to figure out what spells he can do.
Greg's taking a shower on the boat in his room.
Yeah. Is there anything Emrys would like to do? Hez is still on board, staring into where Fizban was.
Oh wait, shit, yeah, I guess he'd be introducing Pef and Vivex again.
Yeah,
the
yeah,
first time.
probably would be.
Yeah, I guess that's just what he's been doing then. He's just been... I don't know if Vivex gives a shit, but maybe she does, but...
At first, when you approach Peth, he is still sort of deep in thought, trying to contemplate some things, but as he realizes you have approached him, he sort of snaps out of it. Ah, old friend. Sorry, I was miles away there. I could have sworn that Fizban, a good friend of mine, we've worked together for a long while, is Marduk?
Yeah, it's that's kind of what I'm piecing together as well.
Piecing together,
It's a lot to take.
He shapeshifted in front of us.
Yeah.
And he disappeared. The silver must mean something, right? Did you see that? Referencing the silvery glow that the magic Marduk / Fizban cast would have appeared to be. So you can see Peth is also trying to piece things together in the same way you are. Like this is all a shock to him as well.
Yeah, they're both in like that childlike awe, I guess.
Yeah, definitely. It's especially weird for Peth, being that he actually lived with Fizban in Melis Dinas for a short amount of time, like a few months.
Yeah, he like worked for him and shit.
Yeah, he was his career for taking new stock from the ships to their stores.
It's like finding out your boss is a god.
Literally, yeah, that's what he did. Like moments before you had this conversation, he found out his one of his best friends was an actual god. And he's looking around at the ship as you're both talking about this, and he's like, and this, I never knew he had this. There's so much we don't know. Everything surface level just seems so small. And then out of the corner of his eye, he catches Vivix.
Hmm.
Old girl! And he like runs at Vivix to like embrace her in a hug. I never thought I'd see you again. And he's just like sobbing into her.
I like to imagine she has like the characteristics of a cat. So she's just kind of like doing that sit where she knows she's getting that praise. She deserves
Yeah,
it.
she sort of like recognizes Peth, but doesn't quite 100% piece it together.
Mm.
But it's a familiar smell and like a familiar feeling that Vivix gets from him. So ultimately, she's like, "Oh, a friend," and she's going to embrace this. And yeah, like you said, just sit kind of like a cat getting pets, just chilling,
Exactly.
just like sort
Tail
of like
wagging a bit.
pushing into it, and yeah, almost puppy-like in a way,
Yeah,
like an obedient doggo.
I love her.
Yeah, so Peth is just like essentially just melting at this. He's like, "How have you been, girl? I've missed you so much." Because obviously, when all of the Dragonborn family were kids, they essentially would have played with Vivix there as well as a smaller, albeit not much smaller, there as well.
Yeah, she would have grew up with the elder brother. So yeah, she
Exactly,
would
yeah. Yeah, so he's just having that like moment with Vivix and sort of like welcoming you in as well to like reminisce and talk about the better times that you've shared. As
the childhood memories.
yeah, he sort of points out, everything has been sort of serious and very dire, and it's good to have those moments to like reflect on positives as well. And he's going to sort of pick out those silver linings and just share memories with Emrys and sort of address Vivix with them too. Like, oh, I remember that one time this happened, and
When we climbed on the roof.
yeah, ultimately he is just sort of back there mentally, and he's just enjoying a moment of innocence that he has clambered back from his youth. Both your
Yeah.
shared youths, in fact.
What I imagine those three are doing right now, just talking about all of that.
Yeah,
About Fizban, the past, all that.
yeah. He's sort of trying to catch you up on like what he was doing throughout his time as well. Like he's like, oh, and I lived in this monastery for years, and they were against me going out and doing this, but I did it anyway. I met Fizban on my travels, and he offered me a job. We lived together for a long time while I pieced up enough gold to go out and do things. I ended up earning a lot of money from him and all this, and you see it's like kind of obvious that Fizban was essentially grooming this dragon and this dragonborn to be a warrior.
Yeah.
Like you can tell that Fizban has been pulling strings for a lot longer than it would appear.
Fucking Fizban, bro. Goddamn.
Yeah. Peth actually does go into a little bit more detail about his vow. He does say, Hor visited him during a day he was out working the monastery farms where they would grow their crops. And he says he was offered a chance to wield the power to deliver a just amount of vengeance to those who had made his life hell, essentially. Because after spending his youth with the Dragonborn warrior tribe, essentially, because you guys were huge on military,
Yeah.
he was then placed in this very peaceful, pacifist monastery, but would like occasionally go out training late at night and that sort of thing to own his skills still. Was visited by this god in a vision while he was working the fields, and he took his oath of vengeance. And you do realize that when he goes into more details about things, that your oaths perfectly match up, but the deity itself is different.
Yeah. Same goal, different provider, I suppose.
Yeah, exactly. So you realize that if ever there was a chance that Hor would get involved, that it would more than likely also be an ally and does approve of what Peth is doing.
Good to know.
Yes.
Potential ally.
Potential god ally of justice.
Of vengeance and justice.
Is there anything anyone else would like to do?
I'm back.
Hello. Quick catch up. All you really missed is Peth, Emrys, and Vivix are just reminiscing about old memories, and Peth is essentially just giving his life story to Emrys.
Sorry.
You could,
No, that sounds pretty cool.
yeah.
That's pretty pugger.
That's pretty poggers, if I do say so myself. Yeah, sounds cool.
Nice.
I love ketchup.
We essentially now are just waiting for the first person to make the decision on what to do next. But you
Rugged's
guys are
finally
sort of
going to
more or less
emerge from
chilling.
the room.
Look who's alive.
He's gonna walk upstairs and just be like, "So where are we going, guys?"
That's a good question.
I think
As he
we
walks
should-
towards the wheel.
let's
Captain Grug back at it again.
let's sell the head before it gets any more stinky. Stinky head.
Peth
It's about
gestures
time.
towards Nox's bag of holding and is like, how is it doing in there? Is it still in one piece? Is it a liquid yet?
Is it
Nox is gonna pull out the bag of holding and stick a hand in there to find the head. And just pull
And-
out this kind of gross, moldy thing
Oh,
that
God.
resembles the
Yeah.
face of the
Yummy.
guy.
So by this time, it has been just over a week since you chopped this head off. The bag of holding has essentially preserved some integrity over the past day and a bit. But you can definitely see that the coloration is changing. It is starting to turn green and like a very pale sort of way. And it appears not to be animated by the will of Orcus anymore. It is completely dead. And the neck hole where it would have been attached is essentially just sealed up with like the clots of blood that were dripping from it. And it just seems to sort of be stagnantly rotten in a not too stinky kind of way. It's recognizable.
Okay. That's all we need.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
I'm
that is
gonna
essentially all you need.
drop it on the deck and
Plop.
So,
I would not drop it on the deck. I have a velociraptor who didn't want to eat it earlier. But could be hungry enough to do that now.
Yeah, Losu is sort of sniffing at it and then turning his nose up like, ugh.
You do
Ooh,
not
you
want that.
picky bitch.
go to Grendiel.
I think that was the place, right?
As
Oh,
Drow
okay.
is sort of, I think that's the place. You suddenly feel this rush of wind, as Greg has said, Grendiel, and the ship has just instantly flown out of this dock.
Ooh.
And again, as before, the day-night cycle seems to be speeding up around you
Oh, God.
as the ship weaves in and out of waves. And after what appears to be 3 cycles of day and night, you arrive at the all too familiar Grendiel.
Yippee.
We didn't really have a layout for this place, but
Yeah.
I'm gonna give you guys a chance to sort of map this out yourselves.
Oh.
If you would like anything in particular to be at this place that would have attracted your character there, like initially during the prequel, which is why you all would have been there in the first place, you may include that. So say for Drow, maybe there's, rumors of business booming and not much security or something like that. There are guards patrolling, but
Yeah.
there may be like a bank or something nearby that you took interest in.
Ooh.
Emrys, maybe there's like a lead on where your uncle was at the time, or maybe you were investigating if there were survivors or looking for the mercenaries that you used to travel with. Could be anything at all.
Did
Out of
we ever
curiosity.
on the lead? Oh, sorry.
No, go for it.
I was gonna say, didn't Pef mention Emerus's sister is somewhere?
That's
Indeed.
literally
Yep.
what I was about to say.
Peth
Yeah.
does know the whereabouts of Emerus's sister, yes.
Okay, so that's just on the back burner right now.
Yeah, essentially he has implied that you will meet her again, but she is currently doing some like divine quest that she needs to complete first. She's off
Family of
finding
paladins.
she's essentially off finding another part of the army that you want to team up with
Oh,
to protect the Vernus from this army marching on it.
angels, thank you.
Not what I said. So yeah, you could by all means ask Peth about it, but he's not going to have much to give you.
Yeah, I think Emerus would trust that he's said what he can at the time.
Mhm.
Yeah. I don't really know what else would lead me to this place, apart from getting paid for the head.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
good.
you ultimately would have arrived at this place already as a party when it was the four of you. So Drow, Emrys, Grug, and Rudy would have arrived here together as an already formed
Why
party.
did you say his
Don't
name?
say his name.
I
Takes me
know.
on the Rudy.
And then the musical one. Which is now what? Three of you? Three of you now have instruments. But yeah, straight off the bat, the tavern that you would have received the quest from to actually investigate the farm would be on the other side of the rather small town. It has been a week, but people do still remember you. You caused a little bit of chaos before you left, specifically Emrys, I think, Rug, and Vivix.
Mm-hmm.
What do we do?
Wait,
What do we do?
Vivix trampled a flower bed, and Rudy actually tried making it up to the owner of the flower shop by flirting with her before shit got serious, and he seemed to lose his ability to flirt. So yeah, there are people that like recognize you as being essentially just a band of misfits and weirdos. But now there's more of you, and one less in another sense.
Rudy.
So yeah, you could either investigate the town a bit, or you could hand the quest straight in. It's completely up to you.
I'd
I
say
will
we
leave it
hand
to
it in.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Yeah, I
already here, I
think-
guess.
This
Yep,
thing is
okay.
moldy enough.
So
Give it a
as
test.
you make your way to the familiar tavern that had the board, the notice board with the scroll that Drow had found with the quest on. As you walk in with this head, the bartender is sat with an elderly man, and they're just sort of talking about, you know, better times and when there was less evil in the world and that sort of thing. As you walk up, what do you do with the head, or what do you say to the bartender to trigger this conversation?
Head.
Plonk it on the counter head.
Also, which one of you has the head? Last we
Oh
spoke
no,
about
it was
it.
in the. It was in the.
Last we
dropped it
spoke
on
about
the,
you dropped it on
dropped it on the
deck
deck.
of the ship.
Wait, did we even get it off the deck?
So one of you can say now, like, oh, I picked it up before leaving or something. It is still
Roll
roped
into
up.
the
You could be
water.
holding it via the rope, by the way.
I would not go anywhere near that bug-infested mess.
I mean, I assume Grug would have picked it up as it was kind of like his thing before it got taken off him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
pretty much. Yeah. So, Grug, what would you like to do in order to initiate this conversation?
Grug would probably just kind of like look at Drow as she's the one who took the quest,
Mm-hmm.
and just sort of like go, well, what do you want me to do with this?
Give it to the man.
Okay, Greg is just going to literally plonk it on the table directly in front of them.
Okay. And he is
then-
going to look at this head and be like, oh, it's been a week. Where have you been?
Other places. Okay, we're busy.
He he sees like the others as well, like Nith and Nox, and he's sort of, oh, there's more, you know. Still
We
the same, pay for this one though. And he points to the head and he goes, "Who's that?"
Drell's gonna put down the quest.
Oh god.
Yeah, you're
What's
gonna
his name?
place down the parchment,
sheet,
the
yeah.
scroll. Yeah. He's gonna sort of read it and go, "Oh, yeah, someone did actually investigate this too. They said it was all empty." And he points to the older fella next to him and goes, "That was that guy's farm. So he could pay you, I guess, for that." And the farmer
Oh.
reluctantly pulls out a small bag and gives you 100 gold. And then as he sort of, the farmer is looking at this head and he's like, "Yeah, he's the one. You did this. What about the others he was with? Are they gone too?"
Mm-hmm.
And he sort of nudges the bartender, who grabs another bag of money from behind the bar, plops it down, and that's another 400 gold for you.
Oh, yes!
As this was a
Drow-
much more dire threat than a bunch of pacifist goblins that you hacked up. And Rogue squeezed one to death. There's a bigger payout. Essentially,
Nice.
the tavern owner and the farmer had doubled the money like twice for the reward, and there was a bonus for bringing the head of the leader at least to also finish the quest. So you have essentially just collected for 2 quests in one. Congratulations,
Okay.
you are 500 gold richer.
Yeah, Drow has it, but isn't even trying to put it away. Like, it's where everyone else can see it.
Yeah.
So they're just gonna be like, okay, we'll sort this out outside. There's a total of 500 gold.
Sounds good to me.
How many of us are there?
5.
Oh, okay, cool. 100 each.
Nice, nice.
And
Excellent.
Nith is finally rich.
It's like after everything that's been fucking taken off me, after being taken from my own family, like I fucking need some money. I need to go buy some ale.
You just
I mean,
spilled your
what?
entire life story, and Drow's like, huh?
Yeah. As you guys are heading outside, as you said you were going to go outside to split the money, the farmer does give Drow a tap on the shoulder and just, with his hat from his head, holding it sort of to his chest, he's, "Thank you for honoring the memory of my dear wife who fell victim to these monsters. You've done me a great service and I'll never forget it." And he sort of just sees you off and carries on drinking his drink and chilling with the bartender.
Yeah, Drow wouldn't have really said anything, just like kind of nodded back and then carried on outside.
Yeah.
Just kind of more solemn than they normally are.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe just because a lot has happened, but
Yeah. I feel like there's a lot that is like affecting Drow in ways they didn't think they would be affected.
yeah, they haven't. That's why they didn't even pocket anything. Like they know that the eyes would have been on them for taking the gold, and they just kind of just gave it out with no problems, which is not like them.
Yes.
Yeah,
She never
Right.
shares gold.
they never do.
Is
I made myself
there...
100 gold.
Yep. Everyone can do the same. Yeah.
100 each, goddamn.
Yeah, 100 gold.
I'm rich.
Actually,
Is there anything the party would like to investigate? Maybe look around some shops or see if there's any more quests lying around to do real quick or anything at all?
We could do extra money.
Is there like a bounty board, I guess? I guess what do we need?
The bounty board itself is empty. There is nothing available on it. I can't imagine there'd be anything you guys need unless you wanted an actual equipment upgrade, but I'm not sure how much I could do for you on that front. It's just if there's anything you guys want to do to just have fun with it and make your own part of the adventure, I guess.
Yeah, we can look for more quests while we're here.
Right, so the bounty board itself is empty. There are no sheets at all on it.
Like, not from the bounty board, but just like if we could go back and ask the bartender and be like, anything else?
Of course, of course. So, upon you asking, like, are there any more quests available? You know, is there anything that needs being done? He just says, well, the bar could do with an extra hand. Just for a day or two. Just lighten my load. Apart from that, there's a new fella around who appeared out of nowhere. He's been clearing up these jobs that people put on the board within an hour mostly.
Damn.
Do you know his name?
No, no one does. No one even has seen his face. He wears a mask.
Does he ask for anything out of the blue, or is it just like he takes the money?
No, I don't even remember hearing him speak. He sort of just points at the quest. I tell him what we need to pay him, and he comes back within an hour with proof. And we pay him, and he's on his merry way.
Have you seen him recently, or like is he out on a quest somewhere?
It's been a few days. No one knows anything about him. No one knows where he's staying. He just appeared one day.
So he hasn't spoken to anyone. Okay.
No, no one at all.
When did he arrive? Like out of the blue?
Right after you left.
Oh, okay.
I think it must have been the same day, I can imagine.
Well, I'm sure we'd be able to point him out if he's going around in a mask and not talking to anyone.
Oh, you can't miss him, of course.
Makes
What is the name of this town again? Just so I can.
Grand deal.
Grandy over to.
okay. What does people want to do?
I don't really know what else I need to do.
Yeah, as far as the place itself goes, Nox and Nith don't really have any personal business there. Anything you guys may have wanted to come here for was to do as the previous version of Quad Maverick. There's not much to do.
I guess I could try and find someone who could read the scrolls I found.
You could.
If there's like a scroll merchant or like a wizard or alchemist or something.
Mm-hmm. You could always ask the bartender for direction, maybe.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll ask them if there's a known magic wielder or something.
As you ask this, he sort of just crosses his arms, and we don't really use magic around here. Not many people are learned in history. We're just a simple farming folk, you know. There's a few towns on that might have it, but not what you need. But no, you look more competent than I definitely feel we are with this thing.
Fair enough.
He looks at Nith, who is literally holding a wand with a skull on it. Maybe ask them.
Oh my god, how did I not think about that? Jesus Christ.
I was just sitting here thinking,
Wait, what
you know,
the
we're
fuck?
magic people. What have you not asked us?
Emrys slowly turns around.
I'm just stood there with my arms crossed.
So
Oh.
you've got these 3 scrolls. One has blue runes, one has red runes, one has yellow runes on it.
This is why he has 8 intelligence.
Indeed,
Very
yes.
smart.
I mean, with all the commotion going on of everything the party have been through, I'm not surprised you would have missed that.
Oh my god, yeah. He's just gonna lay them out on a table. and
Just
look
pointing at them
expectantly.
like, what?
Yeah, like,
what
read.
say? Read. Okay, Emrys has turned into Grug. Okay, so Ithrali, there's no checks to make. You absolutely understand what they say. One is a scroll of fireball. One is that was the red one, by the way. The blue one is a scroll of control/create order. And the last one is the only one you can't understand.
Mm.
So the one with the yellow on it, you have no idea what it says.
Okay. So fireball, create water.
Wait, double checking. What languages does Nithriley speak, by the way?
Let me get my sheets up. What did I choose? My background language is Celestial.
Yeah, sorry.
Yes.
I had to.
As expected. I mean, it could always be that you were sort of maybe a middleman for like devils and celestial beings and that sort of thing. To like broker deals between them, maybe.
Yeah.
That would make sense as to why you would learn it.
I think that's the only one I know.
And also, goddamn you, I literally was making it so the yellow one was some form of like divine language. Celestial would make the most sense. So you absolutely know that this is what's the one? It's like guardian spirits or something like that. The one that swirls around you in Baldur's Gate.
Guardian spirits, what it's called in Baldur's Gate.
Yeah. It's that, but it's only the radiant version of it. You can't do the necrotic one using the scroll. There we go. So you know all three.
Yeah, I just let Emrys know what they were.
Uh-huh.
He visibly pogs.
Excuse me, what did you just say?
Did you say he physically pogs?
He pogs, yes.
Poggies as in...
Just like the Pepe Pog face.
Oh,
Okie dokie.
these will help greatly, thank you.
Anytime, remember, I do have magic.
I can't believe that. Jesus Christ. Alright, he just bundles them up and I guess
I need to find someone who knows things about magic.
Who do I know that casts spells?
Excuse me, Hellborn Warlock, do you know anyone who can read magical runes?
They're holding the wand.
Especially now we're right in fucking front of you.
That's amazing.
Use that wand and point me in the direction of a wizard.
Conjure me a wizard. Yeah, so you can add those 3 scrolls to your inventory if you would like.
Okay. Thank you.
Indeed.
I guess that's everything for now.
Unless there's anything anyone else would like to do. That is essentially all I can offer you, unless you were to want to go check out, say, the farmhouse that you liberated from the Orcus ritual. But you have already looted it, and more or less the farmer would have probably just cleaned it up and tried to move back in by now.
We are closing in on 1 a.m. and I have work, so I am gonna dip at this point.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I will as well.
Yeah, I did say if anyone at any time does need to, this is just extra stuff for you guys to maybe stock up on equipment you want to get or something.
I'm stocked.
This is my own like DMing D&D version of this is a point of no return. Would you like to take care of unfinished business?
We don't really need potions, do we? We're kind of good for healing, I guess.
We've got a barbarian now. So
yeah, I mean, 3 of you have healing spells.
Oh yeah, and that.
But you absolutely could go shopping for healing potions or anything like that. But just so Dead can leave, Grug maybe still processing things with Rudy, may want to go back to the ship and just have some time to, you know, rest up and try and process everything that's happened as well.
Yeah.
I was just entirely bored of walking around and would sleep.
Okay,
Yeah.
so are we all going to go for a long rest before we set off again then?
Mm-hmm.
Okie dokie. Well, everyone can apply a long rest to their character sheets, and we'll call it there.
Well, thank you very much. This was very fun.
Congratulations, you just finished Act 2.
Yippee!
Let's go.
Can't wait